stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome back to Criminality. We are covering the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial, and we are on day number 12, and I have heard that we have a trooper on the stand this morning, so I was like, let's go. I want to see what he has to say. So good morning, Post-Punk Mama. Good morning, Hootis. Are you going to cover Diddy's trial when it starts? I have thought about it. I've got to figure out timing, because that trial is supposed to last for like ever, I think. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. If we don't watch the trial together, I'm going to try to do updates, because it is a case that I have talked about, but we'll see. We also, Steve Lawson's trial starting soon for Crystal Rogers case. Then we've got Koberger coming up. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Hello, Spring. What's up, Indiana girl? Angie, baby. So, where were we at? Okay, so we ended yesterday on a very boring note with Jessica Hyde, and now we are starting today with a fresh witness. Hey, Thomas. Oh, dude, yeah, that's not good. I hate when the rain comes like that. Hey, pure evil. Sleuthie should be joining anytime. Anytime. But we'll just get through the, what do they call them? I always want to call them ammunitions. It's not what they are. I don't know why. I cannot get that out of my head. I think that clip was stupid for Brendan to play. We spent the day talking about Jen, and then they showed that clip. Well, hey, Lacey. I thought it was dumb, because yesterday, one of my questions was, does the jury even understand why we're looking at any of this? Do they even understand why we're looking at anything to do with like this 227 search, or why it even matters to Karen Reed? And so then the Commonwealth playing that clip at the very end was like, oh, that's why we're looking at this, because it's either Karen Reed or it's Jen McCabe. So I guess I should pay more attention to all the Jen McCabe things. Like, should the attorneys like make sure to point out all the times that Jen McCabe is the one who was telling everybody what happened, and how they never interviewed other people except for Jen McCabe. So it's like a Jen McCabe. It is a Jen McCabe versus a Karen Reed, because she's the one who gave the narrative to every single person there. But I don't know if the jury even understood that. So it was I agree. It was kind of dumb for the Commonwealth to play that one. But I have I wish I knew what these guys were thinking. I wish I knew what this jury was thinking. It's so hard to even try to wrap my mind around, knowing, like I said, I tell this all the time, but like all the things that we already know, or a lot of us already know, makes it really hard to try to figure out what they are seeing in their, from their perspective. All right. Hey, Sleepless Sleuth. Good morning. Good morning.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left?
I'm saying there's going to be no Lank, no Tully, and if not Saraf or Good, not a single officer there when emergency stuff's still there. Well, that's what I agree with you. I think that they're going to do, I think they're going to just use the first responder as the paramedic, as Nettle. No, she left, Lacey. She's done.
Thank
We're
you.
starting out with
Mr.
Trooper
Brennan, your next witness,
Buchanan.
please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yuri.
Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan.
He's a douche nozzle. Hey, Soulshine. Oh, you're fine, Sleuthie. They're not even, they haven't really started yet. Oh, he brought a bunch of evidence bags with him, I see.
You solemnly swear the evidence before the court and jury in the case
Escape.
now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
gentlemen. Thank you,
Atta
Your Honor.
girl.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is
I just want to point out, for anybody who isn't aware, Trooper Buchanan also has no lips.
Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
Hey, Angie, baby.
What is your role
I am.
with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk.
Doesn't he remind you of like an old man who's like lost his dentures? Like, and like they can only talk with like their gums. That's what his mouth looks like.
County District Attorney's Office.
Indiana girl, I still call bullshit because what happens on a post-conviction investigation is that the defense attorneys can come in and have all of the evidence retested or request to have certain pieces of evidence retested, and they're fucking it up. So, Canton Confidential, love him, but I disagree.
Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes,
How old were you when you immigrated?
Joanna.
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Boston.
Did you attend public schools
Yes,
Hey, Auntie Bev.
through high school?
yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
Hey,
After
Brennan,
school,
good morning. Are you ready to go with your pewter?
Try to keep myself calm.
So you didn't throw it?
He's one of the biggest pieces of shit I've ever seen.
Oh, you've already watched some of this? I
Well,
have
yeah,
no,
but I mean,
I have no
already
knowledge of what he says. But I mean, he is
Yeah,
a
no,
piece of shit.
yeah, I already felt that way from last time, but then also all the other things that he's gotten into. But the little bit that I saw, and apparently I was missing stuff. See, I was driving around, so like I was playing it, but I wasn't really paying attention. I
Right.
heard a couple things that annoyed the shit out of me, but then I can't even imagine. I can't imagine where we're going here. I saw some crazy shit. They like laminated John's clothes.
What?
Lord, yes. Mhm. Mhm.
Oh.
However, you're
Oh.
picturing it in your head about them laminating his clothes, like that's it. That's probably exactly right.
That's fucking
Where do you
weird.
see it? This is, I don't even know what's going on here.
All right, here we go.
I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I,
Just for God's sake.
you can finish this next one. Go ahead.
my friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty
Where?
station was with Marine One Presidential
Oh,
Helicopter Squadron.
It's to show he's such a great cop. He's so reputable. Everybody pay attention.
The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And
Shut up.
as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my
Relevant?
career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type
Objection.
situation.
Ah.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
God.
When did you when you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well.
Wait, so if there's a homicide, but the perpetrator is a physician, is that considered an unattended homicide?
No. I guess he's just referring to John. I guess that's what they're going to say this is, an
Well, yeah,
unattended
they are,
homicide.
but I'm just wondering, like,
This guy's just a total fucking moron. I mean, this like nobody cares about any of this. Why do we need to know any of this? Who do you work for? I work for the Massachusetts State Police and the
how
district
long you
attorney's.
work? 20
Okay.
years. Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you
Well,
investigate? We
What was your
investigate-
role on January 29th, 2022?
Yeah, that's it. That's all we need.
Oh, that's assisted up.
Why?
That's not even funny. I don't even know why I'm laughing. I'm so bad.
Why is my oh, maybe it's because my computer was like dead, but this video keeps like freezing for me. Like I can hear the audio just fine, but it keeps getting laggy.
Oh, is it like that for
Today's
anybody else?
not the day to fuck with my internet.
Hi, ATS. Well, yeah, you're kind of in and out too. So
What the hell? Maybe once it gets more charge, it was totally dead. So maybe once it gets more charge.
I'm right there with you, all eyes. That's why I'm like, it's not technically supposed to be funny, but
And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths,
Oh, God.
children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
What about Sandra Birchmore?
Have you been to a number of scenes, a
Yeah.
number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a
Not
case,
well.
an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into
They're
a
not?
call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's
Yeah, because it's just unattended death. So like somebody dies in their home,
So then
You
why
know.
is it called homicide? Whatever. The
all
homicide.
homicide, all well, technically,
If most of your cases are not homicides, why is your unit or whatever called the homicide unit?
maybe I'm going to pull up the exact definition, but homicide is typically just refers to the death. And then like it's murder. But I don't know if they do it that way there. As broadly defined as the killing, it's the killing of another human being, but that's the broad definition. Let me see.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, I don't know. They always do that. That's what they're always called. But it's, I think they have to go determine that first because you don't know that. I don't know. Maybe that's why they do it that way.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's insignificant, but he said they work for the homicide unit. So you would be led to believe that they're very experienced and do a lot of homicide investigations, right? I mean, that's what my initial impression would have been.
Well,
But
I
then
would think so. I think that's they just call it that because it's like all deaths until they can say that it's not a homicide.
I agree with Lacey. It should be the death investigation unit.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that.
Whatever. I hate his face. He has the worst lips of them all.
So I said, he looks like he's like the guy who lost his dentures.
He's got no upper or lower. Oh, he does. He looks like the old man from Up.
Yep.
They have the same
a
face.
homicide or not a
Yeah.
homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death
The good
says
old
that there
DIU.
was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks.
He's made comments now twice. Sorry, I was trying to unmute and couldn't get the button to work. He's made comments now twice in reference to Sandra Birchmore. I don't know if, like, I don't know why he's doing that.
That are required in collecting surveillance footage, require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer,
he said when he was talking about the kind of deaths that they investigate, he talked about, well, he talked about teen suicide. And then he just said whether it's, I don't remember exactly how he said it, but he said about hanging. Suicide by hanging, I think is what he said.
Requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately,
At a wedding.
In the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there
Okay, so hold on. No, I missed that, Indiana girl. So can you tell me what happened? And Majesta, yeah, that was kind of my thought. Like they're just saying like all of them are started off that way until they can figure out it's something else. I guess that's the only reason I would think that it's called that. I don't know. Some people could get fired or retired and not available to testify. Oh. Get fired or retired, and neither one of those things would make somebody not available to testify, though. But I'm telling you, he's like throwing things out there. He's like a little what do you call it? He's like a little dispenser.
I think
Hey,
that
Pastor.
they might try that. They might try to say he can't come in because he was fired.
Right. And Bev's
Yeah,
gonna be like, yes, I'm gonna state Rule 2, and that's accurate.
We just saw Gallagher's retired ass testify, so
yeah, being retired and
I mean,
or
he
fired.
died. Yeah. He didn't die.
It
He's
doesn't
very
stop
much alive.
anybody from fucking testifying.
I do think though you were right, and Hank's got to try to not get him to come in.
Yeah, I don't think that he wants to bring Proctor, which I just think is, I mean, shady on in his own right.
Yeah. I hate him.
Supervisor assigned
No,
that
me too.
morning.
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael
Legal
Proctor
case
and told
manager.
him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report.
They're making it. They're going to leave this so that he's the lead. That he's the lead detective, and that Proctor was just the case manager. That he's the one that was in charge. You see that? Like he's like, I'm the one in charge. I mean, yeah, and he had a higher rank, but he wasn't the one in charge of this investigation. I'm in charge, and yeah, we know we give different case managers, and so he was the case manager.
He did this last time too, so
Mhm.
I'm fully prepared to hear all the explanations about how no trooper does anything alone. We just talked about this the other day. Nobody
Yep.
did anything alone.
He already did that
Proctor was-
one.
Proctor was always with somebody else every single time he did something. There's oversight everywhere, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. So hence, if you were in charge, you should be fired too, because you should have known what was fucking happening. Well, you did know, but
Oh, you definitely, yeah, he definitely should have. I mean, whatever. I can't stand this man.
no.
Not
So,
only is he like a
mail-
corrupt piece of shit, but he's also like very smug and
Oh yeah.
like I can't believe he sits here. He's part of Turtle Boy's witness intimidation, whatever, where he fell afraid for his life, yada yada. But then I go look back at videos where Aiden is filming him and he's getting in his car and he's literally fucking smiling. He at one point he like makes sure that he stands. So if someone you're afraid of is following you with a camera, are you going to get in your car as quickly as possible? Or are you going to open the door to your car, take off your blazer so that your gun is showing, and then gingerly put your blazer inside the car and then get in with a smile on your face? Do you do that with someone you're afraid of?
No, but that's him.
Well, that's what he did. Yeah.
He tries to be intimidating.
Yeah.
And he doesn't understand why Turtle Boy is not afraid of him.
Yeah.
That makes no sense to him. Turtle Boy should be petrified of him because he's him, you know?
Right. Yeah. Gross.
in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44.
Don't know who Turtle Boy is? Here's my elevator speech on Turtle Boy. His name is Aiden. He started looking into everything to do with the Karen Reed case, started making a blog about it, created a YouTube channel. It goes by the name Turtle Boy. He was, I think that was like before his name was actually officially known. That was like his alias.
He prefers doctor.
He prefers doctor. He was a history teacher, but then he now is in constant trouble with the state of Massachusetts, and they continue to try to get him put in jail for discussing this case. And I call him like an old school, in your face investigative journalist. Like he's old school, take the mic, put it, up to you, ask the questions, ask the really hard questions that nobody wants to fucking ask because it's weird and uncomfortable. Yet he does it anyway. And I'm like, I know I wouldn't be able to do it, but damn, I'm happy that he does. And then all of these people, all the Alberts, all the McCabe's, these cops, including this fucking guy, all try to file suit against him for harassment and witness intimidation. They say they're scared of him. The last time he was in court was because they tried to revoke his bail. I mean, he went to jail for like 90 days based on all of this bullshit. They tried to revoke his bond, saying that on his YouTube channel, he was going after another cop named Tully, who I also don't think is going to testify. But he's the one who he's got tons of inside sources by this point. He has tons of people who send him screenshots and information regarding all of these cops and all of this corruption. The fact that the Commonwealth tried to cover up everything that Proctor did, the fact that they tried to hide the plow driver who saw a Ford Edge out front. I mean, he's uncovered a ton of shit, and then he puts it out online. And so these people say it's harassment. That's where it's at. And some people agree that it's harassment. I don't. So that's where we're at. I mean, he said that he's going to stick around after Karen Reed is done. He's going to stick around in true crime. And I'm like, I wonder if he would look at Delphi, but he probably won't because it doesn't get he's not going to find another Karen Reed case. I know he thinks that he might, but I just see he's going to probably have to go to Sandra Birchmore to keep going, is what I think.
AM?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we received we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning, we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility
Loose
of a
Loose one.
Canton police officer or
It's
detective.
not loose.
So
They're fucking
Canton
brothers.
police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Okay, so why was that his answer? The question that Hank just asked him was, you normally meet up and kind of go through all the things, and you know they tell you all the stuff and blah blah blah. I can rewind it, get the exact words, but then he's talking about that they had recused from doing interview and the interview parts of the investigation. The reason they keep saying that part is because there's Canton cops at the search that night on the property, which they shouldn't have been because they were actually conflicted out. Even if they did it themselves, they're still conflicted out. It's not just about the interview bullshit, but whatever. But why is he saying it that way?
Why did he
Yes.
call it loose familial connection?
It's a distance.
Literally,
This is all manipulation and just disgusting.
the brother of the person who lived in the house was a cop there at that police station. That is not loose. And they backed out in case there was an issue. Not that there was one.
Right.
Don't go thinking there was one. He's trash.
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
I don't know if I'm going to
And
make
you were
not
Mr.
throwing.
Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this
Who told you that? Because you didn't talk to her.
Yeah, but before you left the police department that morning, you did not have that information. You didn't even talk to anybody yet. And that wasn't written in the reports.
Correct.
I would even venture to guess that the reports weren't even written yet.
point or reach any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
So, out of all of those people that you just said, how many of them talked to Karen Reed that morning?
Just one of them.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this
Last year, you testified like you were a doctor.
information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us. myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual, there was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a
Not your personal interpretations of what you saw, just what you saw through your view. So just physically what you saw. His eye was swollen, not there was blood pooling under his eye.
I literally can't.
I mean, I know I'm going to struggle with this today. Look at his little tiny finger.
tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There
He's
were
dead.
a series of
Ollie.
cuts and bruises to the right arm, which
Yes,
extended
Liar.
approximately mid forearm
You
up
already
to
just
the
said?
mid tricep area
That there's
of
bruises.
Mr.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cuts and bruises.
What a liar.
Oh, so you hear how hard Sleuthie's hitting those keys? No wonder her computer doesn't fucking work. She's all,
Sorry.
it's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time.
He pisses me off, man.
Hold up, guys. If him and Proctor are at CPD and Gallagher and Link are at 34 Fairview, why, when they got back, did they get a call that MSP was taking over and they didn't need to go to the hospital? Well, I think that there's an issue with the timeline in according to what Proctor's saying, because if you remember, Link had to call twice. So Link calls and gets the hotline or whatever it is, like the front desk, whatever it is, you know, and it was Proctor or whatever. But he says that they won't come because John's not dead.
Right.
So that right there is now saying that all of these guys are all getting ready because they say John is dead. But so their timeline doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because then Link has to call back after he gets word that it was either before John passed when they said like we don't think he's not going to make it, or it was right when he did pass. I don't remember. That's a Link testimony. And Link calls back, and then Proctor shows up.
Well, according to Yuri, 6:44 was when they got the call, and that he turned around and called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton, and he did.
Okay, that's what doesn't make sense, because Link gets to the scene and he contacts Proctor, and Proctor says no.
Right. Maybe he just talked to them when they got back to the police. I have no idea. Because you have to remember, at one point, they went back to the police station and then went back to 34 Fairview.
But that's not till after
9. It was 9.
yeah.
So it
That's
would
what
have
I'm
been
saying.
right. It would have been right. So if he and Proctor showed up at the Canton Police Department at 9:15 together, 9 o'clock is when, or maybe it was 8 o'clock. Now I have to look. 8 or 9 o'clock is when Jen called and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you something." Oh, it's
Yeah, and
9 o'clock. Jennifer McCabe calls Detective Sergeant Michael Lank and asks him to return to 34 Fairview to speak with her because she recalled that Karen said, "I hope I didn't hit him" when they were driving around. That was at the advice of Brian Higgins.
Right. And so Lank returns with Gallagher.
To 34 Fairview.
Right.
And while they're there, Trooper Proctor and Buchanan show up at Canton Police Department.
Right. And then they go to the hospital, and then Yuri here calls the ME and says, we're looking at this like domestic violence.
That was at 10:41. He told the medical examiner that there was a possibility John was struck in the face with a cocktail glass.
Right. So now you tell me where it says where she says I hit him, that she hit him, and that all these things about her hitting him, but that's why they're saying we wouldn't know how she hit him. So they tell Yuri this, and then Yuri's like, we think he might have been hit with a cocktail glass. So that all of his body would be cut up and all of that because he was hit with a cocktail glass. Now, remember, supposedly at this time, Jen McCabe has also still told everybody about the tail light.
No.
When does she hasn't told anybody about the tail light yet?
I don't think so.
I'm pretty
It
sure
depends. It's
that she did.
confusing because it depends on what testimony you go. Like if you're going off of what all of the reports say versus what she's saying. So like her testimony is what's in evidence right now. So if she says that she told everybody at the scene at 6 a.m. that Karen's taillight was broken, then that's what they have in evidence. Because the reports where they don't list that at all is not in evidence.
Right. Well, that's my whole thing. So if he talks to Jen McCabe, right, and she's saying that Proctor just didn't put it down in his report, and Yuri doesn't write a report because he doesn't have to apparently. My point is that why in the world would Yuri think that he would have been hit with a cocktail glass if Jen has told everybody that Karen's taillight is broken and that Proctor just didn't write it down?
Yeah, that's at 10:41 that he thinks that. And then at 10:55.
But he's already talked to Jen.
No, he hasn't.
He said he had. He just said he had.
Well, he hadn't because he didn't talk. Well, no, you're thinking that's when he was at the hospital. So at 10:41 is when Yuri calls the medical examiner.
Yes.
Then at 10:55, Proctor calls Jen McCabe. And at 11:30, so let's say 11:30 to 12:30 is when they're in Jen's house interviewing her, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe. They leave from there to go to the hospital. So what's interesting to me is he went from thinking that he might have gotten struck in the face with a cocktail glass to going and speaking to those three people, and all of a sudden goes to visit John and is convinced that he got hit by a car.
Got it.
To the extent that they then start arranging to go have her vehicle towed before they ever laid eyes on it.
And before they ever talked to her.
Before they ever even talked to her.
Yes.
So all the information they got, if he's sitting here saying he looked like he got hit by a vehicle, it would have came from the conversation that they had with her, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe at the house only. Because at that point, he hadn't talked to Katie. That wasn't until the 30th. So he didn't have the firefighter saying that she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They had only spoke to those three people.
This guy seems to focus on his words before speaking, like he's having to make an effort to sound professional and intelligent. I agree with you.
Well,
and
he
has a narrative he has to put out there, and he has to say things very specifically. This is all very practiced.
Yes.
He will not act like this on cross.
Yeah, he has. There's like certain keywords he's got to hit in order to make sure that the jury hears it.
Did you hear what he said about Sandra Birchmore? That he's made like a couple references to her case in his investigations, like when he was talking about his role.
When?
So they were asking,
No,
like,
I
you know,
heard him say like suicide by hanging, teenage
Yeah.
suicides. I heard him say that stuff. I don't know if he was actually referencing Sandra Birchmore, but he could have been.
those are very specific. Why not suicide by gunshot?
True.
Why not just teen suicide, or why not just suicide in general? Why specify? She was 23. She wasn't a teen. So,
Well,
I mean, I could be reaching there. I get it. But
yeah, in my opinion, saying teen or infant deaths, like I think that's all for basically what we were saying before about why he was saying he was a Marine and blah, blah, blah. Like I help all these people. I find things that happen to people that are helpless, like very depressed teenagers and infants. You know what I mean?
yeah, maybe, I don't know. I just thought it was very weird to me. It felt very, it made me think of Sandra Birchmore, and I wasn't thinking of her.
Well, that could have been because did I send it to you? I think I did. Did I send you the order? Like that order just came like recently.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Where they said they couldn't.
She was in my subconscious.
Probably.
Yeah, you did send it to me. So maybe. Oh my God. The Flint farmer was found not guilty on all charges related to the murder of Karina McClurkin.
I don't
Really?
know that case.
I don't know the details of it, but from my understanding, that's interesting.
And they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm.
I
There
can't
was
wait till they
no
show a copy of
injury
his arm, a picture
or-
of his arm, and say, "Where are the bruises that you
Well, I
saw?"
mean, what they're gonna do is say like the bruising is around the cuts.
But it's not.
Let me see if I have the close up of the arm.
Like he's absolutely ridiculous saying that. But it goes to exactly what you guys were saying about how he's being very careful and there are certain things he needs to say. That's one of them. That was something that was brought up last year, is how does he have no bruising? See, there's no bruising there.
I should have probably given you guys a warning that I was putting this on the screen for anybody who doesn't want to see that kind of stuff. Sorry. Well, he's got here's the bruising from his IV.
Well, that's his hand, but he's saying that the bruising and the scratch, or bruising and cuts, the cuts and bruising was concentrated on, and now he's like pointing it out, but it was all concentrated on basically the elbow and upper arm.
Yeah.
No, he had no broken bones. No bones in his body, not in his arm. Nothing was broken.
Well, that's the big question. Is there puncture wounds from teeth and claws? Do you want to see the other pics? So this is the hand, but this ends up being the IV. They testified to that in the first one. And then this is the pooling of blood in the back. Here's his eyes. Even though they say that only one of them was swollen at the time. And then that's the cut on the back of his head. Carmen says, as an ER EMT, his arm looks like what I see when people try to break up a dog fight.
Mm-hmm.
My kid was bit in the arm by a dog. She totally had puncture wounds from his long canine teeth.
Lacey, now you know why people are so like, what the fuck? They obviously shaved his head in that spot. But that's the cut, is like a 3. And to be honest with you, me looking at it, because I have not looked at this a little while, it kind of looks depressed. Like mainly at the bottom, but that could just be how I'm looking at it on your screen while you look at it on your screen. You know what I mean?
No, it does. It kind of looks like that. And this is a good question. Does post-mortem IV attempts cause bruising? Well, we've been talking about things with the blood coming from his face, his head.
I don't know, because I don't know why they, like, I don't even know why they did IV. Like, it doesn't, the IVs don't make sense because he had 2 IO lines in his legs, 2 of them.
Is they're trying to warm him up?
Yeah, but you can give meds through those.
Yeah,
They're
well, I don't
bigger.
know. Maybe they didn't get it in his hand.
Oh, you mean like maybe they tried it first? Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I don't
probably
know.
yeah, they probably did try that first and then they did the IO, but because you can see he don't have them here. You can see the IO in the background if you look.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Like for instance, from the house to the hospital, he went from 1 black eye to 2. So he was essentially bruising as time passed, like while he was already dead. Like it looks like his eye is bleeding. Like I don't know. It is a lot. And if you remember, Carrie said that there was like a trail of blood from like when she went to the door of his room. There was like a trail of blood to the gurney. So like he
Yeah.
was bleeding. I mean, I don't know. I have a hard time believing that that came from him hitting his head like on the ground. And as for his arm, the Commonwealth, they need to have a better explanation for how it is that taillight, if that's what they're going to go with, because last year when it got brought up that they were trying to say the taillight did that, Lally was like, we didn't ever say that it was the taillight that did that. Who said that?
Well, then what did it?
Yeah, and then it's like, sir, like we're running out of things that could have, like, maybe you should tell us. If that's not it, maybe you should tell us. And so he said that he didn't say that. See, I think an issue that they're going to run into unless, and I'm going to give them an out here, they could say that it was caused by the taillight when it shattered or whatever and hit him on that arm and spun him around or whatever. But if that's the case, then the taillight pieces should have tissue, DNA, all that kind of shit on it, blood. It
Yes.
doesn't have any of that stuff. Like the taillight pieces do not have any of that stuff. So I don't think they could go with that either. So I'm not sure what they're going to do, but they're going to need to explain that. Well, he's bleeding.
Well, and he was bleeding when they were doing CPR. That's how Carrie and Karen get blood on them.
Right. That wasn't just on him. And actually, I kind of remember vaguely, maybe it was Carrie that he asked, where he said, like, was he bleeding before you moved him around and, like, brushed the snow off his face? And she said no. ATS, I also think that too. I think he was still alive. But they said that he had no heartbeat. So, but maybe he didn't when they got there. But maybe right at that moment when the girls got there, maybe he was still. I don't know.
It's tough because I don't know the effects of the hypothermia on how that changes whether somebody's. Like
Well,
when
according to the
when they're
defense, he didn't have
thawing.
any hypothermia, which is
Well,
interesting. I can't wait to hear that.
He was still fucking cold. I mean, he was cold. His body temperature was definitely down. We know that.
I don't know what that would do
Karen's
to
screaming
you.
in the background. He's cold, and the girls are supposedly taking off their clothes and trying to warm him up with body heat.
Go to the ones of his arm real quick. Like, don't they look old to you? I mean, they can't be. It's not possible. But like,
well, like this looks fresh. Like these look fresh, and these look like There's nothing happening with these.
Yeah, they look like old, like they've like scabbed over, like they're old. It's weird.
Well, they're coagulated. Is that what the right word?
Yeah, but to be honest, whatever caused that, I am kind of curious how there is no bruising.
I still think they're gonna. I think they're gonna try to say that there's bruising with the bruise, because even if it comes out that the bruising he's talking about is on the hand from the IV, he could still see it, and so it's gonna play into that he's not like committing perjury or anything. He's just manipulating the facts.
Yeah. We don't, Lacey. We don't know that those ones on his hands are not from punching, but last trial. See, we don't know this trial because we haven't heard from the ME yet. But the reason we're saying that is because from the last trial, the ME said that was like consistent with trying to get IV access. I think it's a little strange because I don't really see a hole where there should be, but that's what she said.
Oh, that's so silly. Okay.
Look at this douchebag.
That was a nice little break from listening to this fucking guy, though.
I can't wait to get to Cross. I want to try to shut up so we can get there.
Yeah.
I hate this man.
Should we speed it up or no?
Marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also
The inside of the arm is
bruise
not called the
on
interior
that
arm.
Same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You would first describe swelling in the
Liar.
right eye, and then you would just
Yeah,
say,
now all of a sudden there's major
the
injuries to the
eyes.
fucking
Could you be
knee.
specific?
Yeah.
Last trial, there's no injuries to the legs at all, but now there's
She-
tons of injuries to this fucking knee.
Last
Multiple
year,
witnesses are trying to say there's injuries to this knee.
well, because they're going to say the bumper hit him. Last
Right.
year, she said there was like a tiny, tiny cut on, I think, his right knee that like looked old and insignificant. It was
But
like a tiny scratch. But I'm here to tell you, if the bumper hit him, you would not get a tiny scratch. I'm sorry. That's preposterous.
This is all intentional. This is
Right.
intentional. So he can say he saw all of these things, and that's what the jury's first going to hear. So then whatever the ME says and tries to, say it wasn't as big of a deal, they won't care because they already have this in their brains. This is classic manipulation, not facts. This is the kind of shit that drives me crazy about our legal system, is that they can manipulate everything. And that's how I feel about Delphi. It's how I feel about fucking Karen Reed. It's all just manipulation of information, and then they think they're good cops. Good cops, you don't have to do this. You just stick to the actual information, the truth of the matter. You get up there and you testify, and you got the guy, And if you didn't, then you fucking didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to lie and scheme and manipulate everything that you've done, seen, heard in order to try to lock somebody up.
Are they in Cross yet?
Oh my, no, they're still at real time.
Ugh.
They're still on fucking direct. All right, I'll shut up. We'll just go through. Well, I'll be quiet.
We're coming from a place where we've heard him testify before, and knowing how the Commonwealth's theory has now evolved with Hank, because he's trying to fill in all the things that just had nothing to fill in before. And they're hoping now that if they fill in these spots with stuff, that the jury will vote guilty. So, for instance, one of the questions being, if he was hit by the car, how does he not have bruises anywhere else on his body? How does he not have any on his legs, on his knees? Well, now this fucker is going to add those things because he knows it was an issue last trial. So that's why it's frustrating. But other people, Teresa, are just hearing this for the first time. So he doesn't look like such a douche. You know what I mean? He will.
He will on cross.
Oh,
Because they're going to call him out on all the bullshit. But this is an all-day, maybe a 2-day witness.
Which is longer than last time.
Right, because they're not going to call Proctor.
Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what
You
the
noticed a scratch on his knee?
extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and
Oh, and they
medical
have to throw it in the
procedure that's
floor?
done.
Okay.
So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was
EMT.
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was
Genesis.
picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are
What other debris?
O'Keefe, do you have to
It was,
touch it?
I mean, it was all cut off in the ambulance. So who knows what the fuck's on it? I mean,
Well,
they're
and
walking.
regardless-
It's thrown on the ground in the ambulance. Then it's the EMTs who are just out there in the, in the snow and everything else. Like, who knows what's on it?
And are you saying that they cut it off in the ambulance and then what, the EMTs came in and just decided to throw it in the floor? Nobody put it in a bag? Like, I'm sorry. It's not like they cut it off in that hospital room and it was trauma. And nobody was like,
They didn't put
it
it
was
in a bag.
already
They did.
cut.
They just dropped it on the ground.
yeah, I can't buy that.
Well,
But
that's what the one fucking EMT testified to last trial, was that's what they did. And we have a picture of the clothes on the ground.
yeah,
So-
him saying debris, he said the clothing was wet and had other debris. So can you guess where he's guessing that other debris is that he clearly had no clue about when it was in the ground and he picked it up? These supposed microscopic pieces of taillight that was allegedly in the shirt.
Oh, we're going with that now.
Yeah, so now he has to say other debris.
Oh, I see what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. See, all of this is meant to justify why they immediately left there and decided to tow her car because they believed Karen hit him with her car.
But they didn't know any of this yet.
Correct.
Oh, I fucking hope Jackson destroys him.
Me too.
Him and move him.
Adelina.
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike.
How?
Based on the injuries. And
No.
You're not a
was
doctor.
suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Wow.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that
Yeah.
paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
System.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe, yourself, and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him. And that would have been, at the time, his girl,
How do you know that?
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
How do you know that?
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Ms. Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
So still, at this point, when he's going to get the car, he still doesn't know about the broken taillight.
No, just the whole "did I hit him" that he just got from Jen.
Yeah. But not the taillight.
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets.
Of course. So no
Was
button.
Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
So no dash cam.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
Yeah, pause for a
Receiving that
second.
information-
Again, after talking to a cop, she's forgotten information and calls that cop back to offer more information.
So is he saying that this happened after they got to Dighton or on the way to Dighton or what?
I think he's saying on the way to Dighton. I think
Okay,
that's what he's going with.
So that would have been some point like between 2 and 3, I guess. Sometime after 2. So Proctor talked to her at 12:49. Then Jen calls at 1:24:48 and they talk for a minute.
That should be the call.
Yeah, and then almost an hour later is when they call Dighton and say, we're on our way to go to a residence to speak to a party and retrieve a vehicle that was involved in an accident that occurred in Canton yesterday morning. Yesterday morning. They also told him that the vehicle was involved in a homicide.
Wow.
This is before ever going and seeing the vehicle.
All based off of what Jen McCabe
Jen
had to say.
McCabe. Yep.
Suck.
Is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight
But they
Really?
don't take
based on information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, it would probably estimate to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow. Like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow. So it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next?
So 60 feet, like as far as they said she backed up into John O'Keefe?
Yeah. Is this because they had all the fucking key cycles wrong?
Well, then they can't use that key cycle bullshit this time. Let me find out they're trying to say that this is that key cycle that last trial they said was her hitting his car or hitting his body.
That's what I'm wondering.
Wow. No, they didn't take any pictures. Nope.
Yeah, so he goes there with the intention of looking at this taillight, and yet looks at the taillight and takes 0 pictures of the taillight.
Literally doesn't even whip out his phone to do it.
Well,
Which you know he had on him because they just said they on the way were calling Dighton's police department. So
right. Well, at least Proctor had his phone.
I can't.
And am I wrong? Did Yuri not go back to 34 Fairview that night when the CERT team was there?
No.
Is Yuri not one of the MSP that was there? I'm
No.
mistaken. Okay, my memory was bad there. Okay, thank you.
Next steps.
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed. Okay. As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
Mhm.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged and missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
But you didn't take a picture? Like what? He was
Mhm.
3 feet from it and didn't take a picture. Like, come on. I'm sorry. I'm not buying that.
Well, he's further away. Proctor's 3 feet from it.
Yeah, and he told him to get closer, basically, but he got cut off there. But I don't know any cop that wouldn't have then walked up on it and took a fucking photo of it. Even if you didn't know you were about to tow it, none of that stuff. You would take a picture of it before you go in to talk to her, because who knows, when you come back out, it could be fixed, right?
Well, yeah, you take a picture of it. There's not a doubt.
Absolutely take a picture of it. And they didn't.
Were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
Okay, hold on real quick. I don't want to just say this. So do the pieces of the taillight fit together? So the girl from the crime lab who hasn't testified yet, she does fit all the pieces together, and there's a main piece that's missing, which is the piece that many believe is the actual piece that was broken at John's house when she backed into John's vehicle. That piece, that an individual piece missing, has never been located. The one that originally was supposedly missing. It's never been located.
But they found all the other parts of the taillight somehow, like every single piece. There's not a single piece missing that they put back together
Correct.
out of 40 some odd pieces.
Right. The only piece missing is the one from the original bump of the other car. And no, he's not going to testify to the, well, I don't mean shit at this point, who knows? He should not be the one testifying to the data from her vehicle. That should end up being, it's probably going to be, what's his name? Welcher? No, not Welcher. Why do I want to say Welcher? What's his name? They're the expert, the state's expert. Was Trooper Paul, but we're not going to probably see him again either.
Let me look. I think it is Welcher.
What? Is it Welcher?
I know it's Aperture.
Aperture.
Yeah, Judson Welcher.
Oh, it is Welcher. Okay. Sometimes I don't trust my own memory.
Yeah, some of them are like
When
similar.
Yeah.
inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Ms. Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, no, this conversation is not recorded. Is this conversation? This conversation is not recorded. Oh, Aaron's back today.
Appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm
give
not
a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room. You're beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked.
They're because it's hit. Isn't this like the party opponent thing, Sleuthie?
Asked to provide leaving, and to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior.
What?
And that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Am I in crazy world?
What the fuck is he talking about?
I have no. She stated that he bumped his head 2 nights before and he asked her about it. What?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard this before. So
I think he's full of hot shit.
He bumped his head and then asked her about it. Like,
what the
hey,
fuck is that supposed to mean?
Hey, did I bump my head last night?
So he's trying to 2 nights before. So
Yeah.
he's basically trying to say that she knew that he had some kind of. Well, first of all, she found him. So her knowing about the head injury, like she's not the only one that knew about it. But I think that's bullshit. I think he's full of shit.
What?
And of course, none of this is on camera.
No, why is none of this recorded? You had your fucking phones. Why aren't you recording anything?
Love the whole last night detail that she hit something last night. So again, there's no proof that she said that, but he's trying to get rid of the whole that she backed into his car in the morning.
Yeah, because she said it was last night.
I can't.
This guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah, none of them are on camera, not even audio.
Nothing. The only thing they have on camera, which is ironic, is her being arrested.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
on body cam, but none of this stuff.
Right. Nothing else. So they have 3 dash cams, one from Seraph, one from Good, and one from, I never remember the guy's name, but the one that pulled up at 34 Fairview to do the wellness check on the kids. They have 3 dash cams, and the only body cam is of her arrest. And isn't he wearing a body cam at the police station when she's there? He's wearing it's him. Why would he be wearing a body cam then?
He's a liar.
No.
The bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They're secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need.
And you couldn't do so at that time.
Right.
Did you ultimately
You had no problem.
obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key.
Why not
fob,
just
but-
say that she gave you the stuff? Because essentially that's what she did. She gave it to you. You didn't have a warrant and she gave it to you. But we're going to play that up for Jen McCabe, but down for Karen Reed.
the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
And no dash camera that would have showed her light the whole way to Canton.
No, and any surveillance video that would have shown her light from 34 Fairview to home also just happens to be missing. It's gone. Doesn't exist.
Like if I was the defense, I would be figuring out the exact route that they towed it, and I would be trying to find traffic cameras, anything to show that light on the way to the Canton Police Department.
Right. Hi, Dolly. Okay, so my next question then is, if they didn't have probable cause to get a warrant to take her phone and her vehicle, they did it in order to just secure evidence pending a search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't they have gone into the Alberts home again?
Because they had no reason to believe that he even went in the house, Teresa.
Because if I bring a guy in my house and I kill him, I'm gonna make sure that you know that he was here.
Well, like he says here that she says she dropped him off at a party at 34 Fairview, but because she didn't say she saw him go inside the house, I don't know. Dude, if I tell you that I dropped my kid off at the bus stop, that means like he got on the bus. Or if I say I dropped him off at his dad's, he went inside his dad's. You know what I mean? I don't say I brought him to his dad's and walked him inside so I knew he made, like, you know what I mean?
Right. And I agree with you.
And he's a child, so obviously I watch him go in. But if you drop someone off, you assume they go inside where you drop them off. Do you think Uber people are not like, I don't know, whatever. This whole thing is so stupid.
I'm just saying the whole reason that they testify they didn't go into the Albert's residence because they didn't have probable cause and they didn't have a search warrant. So, but he's sitting here saying they didn't have a search warrant or a warrant to seize her phone and car.
Well, because they had 3 people that were at the house when he should have been inside who said it never happened. He just believed them.
That's the fucking craziest shit.
Like, I do think one of their arguments should absolutely be like all these people made all of these decisions based off of information given to them by Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
So if Jennifer McCabe is not credible, which I personally do not think she is, and that's where everybody was getting their information, then it's a lot easier to see how everybody got off course. You know what I mean?
Right. Because everybody listened to Jennifer McCabe. She somehow controlled the entire investigation.
Yeah.
So either they're just really fucking lazy and they're like, thanks, Jen, for taking care of this for us. So we didn't have to.
Yep.
Didn't need a warrant to go look for a black ass shoe. Yeah, they didn't even need a warrant for that, but they didn't think that was important.
Yeah.
Provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck.
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon
You
on
lied
the
about
29th of
this
January,
before.
2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
None of you are good at it.
Phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before
don't
the
recall
vehicle was moved during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
No, they're going to have to just impeach the shit out of this guy so that nothing he has to say is going to matter. Because he's a big liar.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
What was it?
We didn't touch it.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed.
Oh, because he can't
you
say
ever go
Proctor
back
didn't touch it.
near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my... I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
He wasn't there.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton Police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port, We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated sally port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it.
Okay.
Melt
So
in the
something
heat.
that I hope the defense brings up is, and that's absolutely correct, something I hope they bring up is when you are driving Karen's car into the heated sally port, why is there a outline of snow inside a heated garage in the shape of her car? Like if that's and you're muted, I don't know if you know that, but if you're bringing it in,
I said, no, I didn't know that. Okay. So because the thing was open still, the doors were open. So the whole purpose of it being heated is non-existent when you just have the doors open and there's
but what
snow.
was there? What was there in the shape of a vehicle before her vehicle?
Right.
Because her vehicle didn't look absolutely covered in snow when it was brought in. Looked cleared off mostly. We'll see.
This guy, they're going to do the sally port with him too, aren't they? Yeah.
Look at his face. Look at
Were
his
you
body.
planning on having other
I
resources
don't- I
or
can't
other
say
team members or other units?
This is like
Available.
a Holman. It's like Holman to me.
Able to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent
wouldn't do any of
evidence. So
why
that
don't
would
you
be
just try to-
the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally port impede that?
Yes.
How?
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor in that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated sally port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that sally port area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the sally port?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
You
Yeah.
can't say that.
Can't say that.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the sally port area?
I did not.
There you go.
How long did you remain in the sally port area for? Do you know?
We remained in the Sally Port area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the sally port area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first.
Is something funny, Bukaki?
I left the Sally Port area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm
Wow.
sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't.
Did you guys piss together?
We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to share, exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, his hat was missing. I don't think, did they ever find the hat? I don't think they ever found the hat.
Yeah, they had it at the last one.
They did find the hat? It was way later then. It's like one of the last things found then.
Yeah.
But if he has this meeting room with the CERT team and they're going to go back out there that night, they already found the shoe.
Yes, I do.
If you take a look at the following page.
They already found the shoe. So the shoe's not missing anymore. By the time he's talking now, in his timeline. No, his name is Buchanan.
What is that, sir?
It is the
His name is Yuri Buchanan or Buchanan. And yeah, and Turtle Boy had called him Bukaki. And then last year at trial, was it Julie or was it
Yep.
Jen?
Julie.
It was Julie. Julie Albert
They
called
asked
him
you to smoke
Trooper Bukaki on the stand. And it was fucking hilarious. Like, tell us you watched Turtle Boy without telling us you watched Turtle Boy.
Dude, absolutely. When she said that, I immediately thought of him and I thought, oh my God, she watches him so much that like I know because I'm like all in the court filings and whatnot. But she must only watch Turtle Boy because when she said that, I about choked on my drink
Right.
because I couldn't believe she said it with a straight face.
She probably thought that was his actual name, too. She was like, no, it's Trooper Bukaki.
Really? Like, wouldn't you think, like, there's no way, like, even if this is his name, I'm not saying that in court. Like, wouldn't you second guess? Like, surely that is not his last name. But if it is, I'm not saying that.
Oh, Majesta, I hear you, man. I hear you. There's a lot. There's so many. There's so many. There's so much. But this is a good one. This is a good case. I mean, it's very interesting. It's very captivating, and it's got the controversy of some people are adamant that she hit him with the car, and then there's others that are just like never happened.
I'll have to see. I wonder what Turtle Boy's wearing today, because I think he's outside with the people because he can't be inside because of
Right.
mechanic.
And he went early today. He's not going to be able to go in all day.
What do you mean you're barely hanging on, Lacey? But Turtle Boy calls him Bukkake loser. About time to find some more shrooms.
Like criminals do.
100%.
Yep, ATF. I was just thinking that. I was like, yep.
Having to know everything that's going on. Jen does the same thing. You know she does.
Oh, they all follow him. Absolutely. Paul does too.
I'm sure they watched.
I know Karen didn't do this, and I don't know why this is going on so long. Okay, I see what I got what you're saying. I think she didn't do it, and I don't know why we're at this trial, so I agree with you that on that kind, but I think you can't let it go because you're so invested in it. Maybe you don't have that because you bounced from the first trial. But now because of the injustice, it's just like you can't walk away.
Well, see, that's what a lot of people thought the first time, right? I did too. Like, I'm like, okay, she didn't do it. Like, what's happening? Like, I think the reason why I wanted to live stream this one with you and is because more of the shock that I can't understand why we're still doing this. Like, how you could have such a horrible, piss poor case and have additional shit happen, like people being fired since that trial, and still have the audacity to be here again. And people are saying more shit that they didn't say last time. Like, it's just so blatant that it feels like if you pretend like it's not happening, then you're part of the problem. Same way I feel about Delphi. And this is a little different.
She can only listen when we over explain it. I love that because it's so true. Well, so first trial, I wasn't blind. Like, I didn't go in blind. Like, I knew a lot, but not all the things. And so I went in not knowing whether she did it or not, and then walked away with the fact that she did not do it. So
if you're not listening too much, oh shit. If you're not listening too much, you should at least tune your ears in, like, for cross-examinations. Like, my whole thing was
these guys are great attorneys.
They really are. And they, like, Bob, and then I bring it to other cases, of course, and then it can get really boring, especially with, like, the technical stuff. But Bob always said, you can't, or you shouldn't, I guess you could, but you shouldn't gauge the credibility of a witness entirely until... What did I just hear?
I don't know. You have a ghost over there?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. I think you've got something coming through your ear.
You know, it's weird. I unplugged my headphones and my mic, and now it's not laggy. So I don't know what about my microphone is making it laggy, but so I'm off of that. That was bizarre. Damn, what was I saying? Shut up. It's not the bird.
Oh, it's the fucking bird. Bird's off.
I do think I'm a little traumatized still.
It's Bukkake coming through your mic. No, like interference on Sleuthie's mic.
What was I saying? See, I just had a flashback. Now I don't remember what was happening. The cross-examination. It's the cross-examination. Bob was like, on both sides, don't take, like, for 100% what any witness on either side is saying, whether it's civilian or an expert, until the cross-examination. because it all sounds great. And I'm like, oh, yes, give me all the data. Like, pause it. Let me write down all these things. Oh, and I did go back. I'm going to tell you something really funny. Guarino's slideshow, because I wanted to make sure all the times of the calls were the same as what I had. Am I still here?
Yeah,
Am I
I'm
gone?
listening.
So I wanted to make sure they were all the same because it was obviously way, 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 way more than last trial, right?
Mhm.
And I'm like, oh my God, all these details. Like, this is how it should have been last time. You know, we get to the missed calls and then we hit a voicemail. Somebody should be able to just click on the red wording of voicemail and play the damn voicemail. Like, this is how things are supposed to work, right?
Right.
So I'm going back through and I'm like, I'm going to find something he fucked up. So I'm going through my spreadsheet. Teresa, I'm not going to lie. I was like, did he get a hold of my spreadsheet and just copy and paste this into a PowerPoint presentation? They were all correct. They were all, down to the second. They were all correct. And they were all exactly what I have in my spreadsheet. Literally.
Well, are they just using the exact same PowerPoint from last year? No, that was a different PowerPoint. He used a different one this year.
He did not. What he did not use last year. In fact, I think I don't even know that they went through. I know he went through the voicemails, but I do not think he went through every single missed call. I think he just testified that there were like 54 missed calls or whatever it was. Here, they were all pointed out down to the second of every single missed call and voicemail.
He's all, thanks, Sleuthie, for taking care of this for us.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
We'll just
whatever.
make our PowerPoint straight from the. I bet his legal assistants follow you on X.
I mean, it definitely presented much better. Do you not agree? I mean, he's an
I
idiot.
agree.
He's a total idiot. So the fact that
he was able to actually make it so clear.
Yeah, I mean, I questions about tone voices. Oh, yeah, that was really frustrating. And what was even more frustrating was the fact that Hank was making it, and without any repercussions whatsoever, making it seem much more nefarious. Even when he was doing the, when he was talking to Wolf, when he was yelling at him basically for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he couldn't get through his thick skull that Wolf is a employee of ARCA.
Right.
He makes a salary. He makes the same amount of money, whether he works on Karen Reed's case or doesn't. He gets paid the same. So if ARCA submits an invoice to the defense, that is not Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf is not giving them hours to bill the defense. That is just simply ARCA saying, you used one of our employees for something. This is what we're charging you.
We're charging you.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, hey, Delana, new in the Criminal Minds tonight. Woo woo. Okay, go ahead.
I can't watch that ever since I got sick and I was on the steroids because it gave me bad dreams. But
It's like
Indiana Girl,
me in the movie Blade.
do you remember the photographer from MSP being at the hospital? Because I don't.
No.
I don't either, but he said here that they did have the photographer, like, you know, a Massachusetts State Police photographer or whatever was there doing it. I do not remember that from last year.
Well, I mean, they have those photos, and we know that Bukaki and Proctor don't know how to take a photo. So I would assume that they had their photographer there. I mean, the whole thing sucks because I actually think that John was probably a really fucking cool guy. And he was, it's really fucking sad that anything happened to him, no matter what the outcome is. But
I told Bob, he said he was going to play it yesterday, but then he didn't. So he must have forgotten. And I was here, so I couldn't remind you, but I was like, or remind him, but I was like, you have to go back and listen, play for your people. Me and Teresa talking about my near-death experience. Because
it lends credibility to Bob's owl pig theory.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
What
He's
would have
attacking
stopped
an
me
owl pig.
from what would have stopped me, Therese? Now that you know the extent of my fear, if you found out through the news that I was running out of my house away from a bird and I tripped on the step and I fell in my driveway and bashed my head on the back of the concrete, would that be like out of this world for you to imagine what might have happened to me?
Well, no, but I mean, it really does lead credence to the Kathleen Peterson case that she was attacked by the owl.
I forgot all about that. But
Yeah.
yes, absolutely, 100%.
And then, ironically, he has an owl camera across the street.
Oh my God. Absolutely.
Like they have issues with owls.
If
And I
that
know that's
thing-
what an
if
owl
that-
camera is. I'm just joking, so please don't go in my comment section. and make
If
comments.
that thing, absolutely, if that thing had confronted me in my stairwell, I mean, I'm fairly clumsy as it is, which is crazy because I was so good at sports, even through college. But then
You're
it's like I
older now.
stopped and I became super clumsy. So if it had met me in the stairwell, I absolutely could see myself. If I have rolled a vehicle because a bee was in the car and that scared me so much, I have no problem thinking I would fall down the steps.
Hi, Ange. I bet John was a complicated man when it came to relationships. He was mean in the text, but he still wanted Karen, and I don't think they were breaking up, but I also think he liked help with the kids.
Absolutely.
I agree. And
I
I
don't
think
know.
I think his mom and dad's relationship probably played a big role in that because they did not like each other.
I find it annoying where people, and not even just this case, but they refuse to like look at things about a victim because they think that it's like something bad. I tend to fall back on the premise that like people who would judge other people for certain behaviors and stuff are usually the ones that get so angry when you say something like that about a victim. And it's like you're angry because you're a judgy bitch. I'm not a judgy bitch. I couldn't care less what people do in their life. There's nothing that I could think of, if you're a hooker and you die, does the fact that you were a hooker, like that, the girl, the Hughes,
Oh yeah,
like if she was doing whatever she was doing, like no one's saying that means that they deserve to be murdered, but criminology like is a thing for a reason. And so what last year when all the text messages came out, which they did not come out in court, but then I got the exhibit, and the exhibit had all of the conversations. So all the shit that got left out, which was a lot of things that John was saying. And it, for me, painted a whole different picture than what was read in court. And it seemed and felt to me very manipulative and made it easier for me to understand why perhaps Karen was so angry when he didn't come back out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I think you don't get that unless you've read all of them, like have the actual idea of all the conversation. That's why I put all of them in my spreadsheet, because the Commonwealth could say they were arguing that whole day, but it was very much like Karen was trying to talk about what had happened. He didn't want to talk about it. And then when he wanted her to come out because she was going to be his ride home from drinking, she jumped on it, obviously, because she was trying to talk to him all day. And now all of a sudden, he's like inviting her out, blah, 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 blah. They weren't arguing. She didn't have to go there. And another thing that a lot of people miss, first of all, John was shit-faced. We haven't heard from the Emmy yet, so nobody knows that this time. But he was absolutely shit-faced. And in the text, he literally says that he was like still drunk from the night before. So it wasn't just that night he was drinking.
No, he was still drunk.
Yeah. So add that to the possibility of Bob's owl pig theory. You know what I mean?
said. Oh yeah, the babysitter with benefits comment came from Jen was saying that was basically when she referred to she's telling him everything. She said that was Carrie saying that John thought she was a babysitter with benefits or whatever. And she said the reason she remembered that suddenly after being asked about it however many times, it was that she was having a conversation with someone and Carrie said it. And she was like, oh, that's the thing you said. That's what I meant when I said you were telling them everything. It's just a bunch of lies.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't on mute. My brother just called because he landed in Austin, so he was just checking it. Sorry.
No, we don't know what the shoe situation is. But right now, what's he showing him? Is he showing him pictures of evidence? I thought he said something about evidence.
I think so too. I actually don't remember, to be honest with you.
Oh, he was talking about a hat. There was a hat they hadn't found.
Oh yeah,
I'm
the hat.
It's coming up soon. But no, Kim. Hi, Kim. Love you. Good morning. Or afternoon. Oh my God, it's 1:30 already. We better get going. Jesus.
Only 10:30.
Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to
2022. I thought it was a 2021.
This document's evidence.
I did too. Is it a 2022?
Now I have to go look. I'm almost positive it's 2021.
As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have
I'm
those?
looking at it now. It's 2021.
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton district attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing
Why is
items
he
one by one
smiling?
separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped,
Get in
could
trouble for saying we. Thinks it's
develop
funny.
mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
There should
Beginning
have
with
also
the
been a
stand. Do you
shoe
have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's
and
stand?
socks.
Yes.
There should have been a
Can you
shoe
produce
and
it, please?
sock.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
His socks were still on his feet,
Yes, I do.
Right.
so I don't think they took them. And I don't know where the other. They showed us both shoes last time, I think, but I don't remember the shoe being in the pile of clothes. I'm looking for the picture now of it when it's in the room.
No, the clothes. Oh wait, I don't have pictures of them presenting them in court, but I do have the ones that they took like at their office.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Okay, so they're all crumpled up in that crumply ass bag.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a
Why did
question
that
here.
pocket ripped?
Yes. ATS sent me that earlier, and I'm like, I don't remember a pocket being ripped in the first trial, but I don't have a picture of the back of the jeans. I only have a picture of the front of the jeans.
Let me check the exhibits from last time. I have like, okay, that's the front. Here's the back, 243. Can you back up a little bit so you can see what that looked like when he was holding it up?
Yeah, hold 1 second. Get off the screen.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
All right, if you go in my spreadsheet, my new one, do you have the new one?
Yeah, I mean, I can pull it up real quick.
And go into trial 1.0 exhibits. It's exhibit 243. You'll
Was
see.
it torn?
It looks like maybe like a corner of the top right corner of that pocket, but it does not look like that. No. I guess I should pull it up on my computer. It would be way easier. I have it pulled up on my other computer. And the belt is still in the photo that I had in exhibit 243. The belt is still in it.
I have. This is the one I have.
Are you getting the other one?
Yeah, I'm working on the other one. My keyboard, my battery in my keyboard's dying, so I need to change it. So like pushing buttons is sometimes complicated, but I'm lazy and I don't want to get up. Okay, trial 1.0 exhibits 243.
Yes. You might disagree with me.
Hold on.
It's also laying flat, but
Looking at the other ones you have in here to see if they have a close-up of that back pocket.
Because that looks like somebody, what he's got going on now almost would, in my opinion, look like somebody was like lifting him by his pants pocket and it ripped.
Yeah, let's see. So it does have a tear, but there's no tear. There's no tear in the picture from the bar, in the surveillance from the bar, the
Yeah.
security cameras. There's no tear on his back pocket.
Well, and what he's got holding up there is like half the pockets ripped off.
Right. So I don't know if they just laid it down in this.
Well, you would think you would want to know and document that. Like, where is all that blood? Like, look at his butt. Like, I don't know, man.
I mean, that's just like torn.
I mean, they look. Yeah, no, that's entirely torn. Entirely torn. It does not look the same to me. I would think you would, if you were taking photos of it as evidence, you would leave it. See how it's like folded back some? You would like fold it back so you could show that it's ripped.
Right.
In the photos. Yeah, they do. They look like grass stains.
They look like drag marks.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So that bag only has jeans in it, and they all crumpled up. Okay, I did see the shirts get shown. Wait till you see that. Wait till you see that.
Did you learn during your conversations with the search team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker, one.
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
So he has the one from the hospital.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Sneaker from the hospital.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
He could show himself out. Oh, see, he must have been watching the internet because now he's replaced his gloves.
I know. I was just gonna say that. He's like, I know what I'm doing.
This busted up bag too. Come on, pick up the pace. Oh yeah, just rip it. Yeah, sure.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
God, that fucking shoe is so clean.
They're from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
That's the one that what's his name just showed us the other day. Then this
He
should
says-
be marked already.
So that's not the sneaker from the hospital. He just
No.
said it's from
Is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the
No, it
right
isn't.
sneaker from
He's wrong.
34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the sneaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Yeah, they just did this the other day. This is an issue. How do you have two different bags with the same shoe? Somebody fucked up.
So he accidentally brought in the same shoe.
The bag should already have an exhibit marker on it.
Oh,
So
true.
that you know that it's already in evidence.
Well, did it? The bag
I-
looked increasingly more crumply than what I remember that other kid slowly cutting into the bag. Like that one didn't look that bad.
Yeah, I'm confused.
What's happening?
They're sidebarring. He should not have the bag from 34 Fairview. He should have the bag from the hospital. So that's a problem because we already have the other bag in evidence.
So what does that mean? Does that mean it's not available to him?
It means it's marked wrong, or they brought the wrong shoe in last time. I don't remember if.
But I mean, when they say, so I have a couple problems here. Hank said, did you bring with you the shoe, the sneaker from the hospital? And it's the left sneaker. The left sneaker is what was at the hospital. And he said, yes. So my question would be, Trooper Keefe already put the shoe from 34 Fairview into evidence. So does that mean it stays at the courthouse? It's been marked and put into evidence, so it stays there at the courthouse? Because if that's the case, how did Yuri get it?
Well, I think that's the whole issue. This is the shoe from Fairview that Keefe brought in. I cannot. Can you tell if that's a left or a right? I'm trying to figure it out.
There's a better picture.
I have a shit ton of pictures of his shoe.
This is why I like having them in the spreadsheet as a chip, because all I have to do is run my mouse over it and it shows me like a preview of the picture. So when I'm going through these.
Right. Well, where do you have the shoe?
It's in there too, under trial exhibits.
I'm looking for it.
118, 119.
But what shoe is it?
I'm trying to get it up close. I'm going to see which one I can see best.
I'm just saying, so we don't have the shoe from the hospital? Like, you understand what I'm saying?
It looks like a left shoe. So open up exhibit 121. That looks like a left shoe.
That's the picture I have up. It's just upside down.
So my question is, well, wait a minute. Is the Nike stripe on the outside?
My Nikes, it's on both sides. So
yeah, mine it's on both
I think it's the left shoe because of the way that the arch is. Look.
It looks thinner on the inside in the middle.
Oh, yeah, because that's where your arch of your foot is. So the one at the scene is the left shoe. See, you can see like the end. That's where your arch is for your foot.
Okay. Pull up I'm going to have to pull him up. Pull up what's his face from yesterday.
See, on the screen is the right shoe.
Connor Keefe. All right, I'm looking at.
Commonwealth calls.
Show me the shoe.
Sir, on the small chip.
Showing the glass.
People in chat think this is the right shoe. Yeah, he's showing the right shoe from 34. I understand. Yeah, I totally get that. The one he's showing is 100% a right shoe. I think it's in the wrong bag.
So I'm looking at Keefe holding up the shoe right now that he says they found at 34, and it is a left shoe.
I think that's correct. I think this bag that Bukaki has is labeled incorrectly.
Yeah, it's 100% the left shoe, and the swoosh is on both sides.
Yeah, okay. That's like mine.
So
he has a bag
Spanky
that's
just
labeled
said to him,
incorrectly.
Spanky just said to him, you'll have to rewind it, but I swear to God, he just said that he has the left sneaker from the hospital. And then he pulled it out, and then he read the bag and said it's the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
That the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Can I have that, Mark?
So,
Yes, sir.
so what is that he has?
You want to move this item into evidence?
I think he just has an incorrectly labeled bag.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
So he has a right shoe.
He has a right shoe, which is the right shoe. Like it should be the one from the hospital.
But it's
That
labeled
brand-
34 Fairview?
I believe so. So I'm curious if the other one was actually labeled hospital.
What a bunch of fucking idiots.
Or they put them back in the wrong bags.
Now, wait, I'm going to pause him for a second.
Those within it. Yes, sir.
100% right shoe.
The time when the evidence was collected.
So Keith is showing the bag. It appears to have less tape than that one, but that would be so if it was taped up yesterday. But he's showing the front of the bag. I cannot see it, but he says it has the date, time it was
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
it was located.
Before you open it, could you stand and show
You're
that
right.
bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
I am.
Secure the bag closed.
I think they
Then retape. Yes. Do you write on the outside of the bag? Yes. Why do you do that? To memorialize the date time when the evidence was collected. Could you open the bag and show us what's in it? Yes, sir.
So Spanky doesn't make him read it, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, like, at the last trial, if they put their shoes back in the wrong bags.
Place back
Like, how did the shoes get switched? Like, we need to know what that other bag says.
You mark it in the exhibit.
But that doesn't make any sense because this man pulled out the left shoe and he's presenting it as the shoe found at 34 Fairview. And we went and looked back, and the left shoe is, in fact, what was found at 34 Fairview.
Correct.
So, how does this man have a shoe in his bag that is a right shoe, also marked 34 Fairview?
Because the bag is wrong.
So, who wrote the bag? And
Don't
when?
know. We need to know what the other bag said that Keith had, and did they put the shoes back in the wrong bags?
I can't with this.
So
And
now then-
also, I'm
There's
looking at the
shoes
shoe on
there.
the screen, and I'm looking at the shoe on my other computer, and they both look like brand new shoes.
They do look like brand new shoes. So here's the basic version. The left shoe is from the scene. Keith shows the shoe in court, but does not read the bag about where it's from. Just says that that's what they do to the bags. Now, the right shoe is at the hospital. Bukaki over here is showing the right shoe, but the bag also says, or I shouldn't say also, but the bag says it's from 34 Fairview. So two possibilities here. Either both bags are saying 34 Fairview, which would mean this bag is incorrect,
Writing on the
or
outside.
the shoes
Yes.
were put back into the wrong bag, and you have the one from the hospital is now in this bag that says 34 Fairview. We won't know that without knowing what's on the bag that Keith had that he put in as the left shoe.
Does
The left
Bukaki
shoe is from the scene. The right shoe, which is what Bukaki should be talking about, is the right shoe from the hospital, but the bag is wrong.
show us the front of that bag
No, he's just
It says-
reading it multiple times. Here, I'll play it again.
that says evidence?
Was that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir, this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
See,
Can I have that,
he
Mark?
went and actually read the bag and then screwed up what Brennan was saying. So because Bukaki actually reads the bag, this is how they figure out the mistake. He should have just said, yes, this is the shoe we got from the hospital. And that everything would have been done. Either the bag is mislabeled or the shoes were put back in the wrong bags.
But both bags weren't open at the same time, so that doesn't make any sense. The bags are
Both
open
bags were
separately,
open at the last trial.
but they were open separately.
They're still all put together in an evidence place for anybody to go look at.
She grabs it, she marks it with Keith. It has a little yellow tag on the side, which
Right.
it looks like Bukaki's might.
No, his has yellow tape.
Well, the one from yesterday does not have yellow tape. Doesn't have
Correct.
any yellow
That
tape.
one is red. Right. It's two different bags. They are not sealing this up yet. This isn't going to be sealed yet until after this trial's done. Do you see what I'm saying? So after the last trial, they have 2 open bags with 2 shoes.
Huh.
Or they both came from 34 Fairview and they're not John's shoes. I mean, I get, yeah, it's another fair point.
I mean, I just don't understand.
Or they both came from 34 Fairview and they never got a shoe from the hospital.
Here's my issue. This is my issue. He did not pull that out of a bag that was open. He pulled it out of a bag that was sealed.
Correct.
So the shoe that was opened yesterday
Is not this shoe.
was the left shoe,
Mm-hmm.
which we know was at 34 Fairview.
Correct.
When he was getting ready to testify, they made sure he had the jeans, the shorts, or the jeans, the t-shirt, the sweatshirt, the shoe, the whatever else, the belt, everything he was going to show.
Mm-hmm.
All of that should have been entirely separate from, oh, I know how to fix this. These are exactly the same from the first trial, correct?
Uh-huh.
So the bag should be the same, correct?
Correct. Well, except for they'll have a seal from after that trial's over.
But I mean, one bag should say shoe collected from the hospital. One bag should say shoe collected from 34 Fairview.
Correct.
I'm going to look through these because I do have some photos of the evidence packages
Okay.
with the writing. And I think one of the reasons that got brought up was because Proctor was basically forged Bukaki's name on one of them.
Yes.
So I'm going to look for this because I see both shoes at their office. There is a left and right shoe. I just don't understand how Hank just said, please show us the shoe that you found at the hospital. And this stupid bastard pulls out an opposite shoe, but is telling us it's from 34 Fairview.
Right, because the bag's wrong.
Okay, but then that means the bag was wrong last year too, and we didn't notice this.
Possibly. Or the shoes were switched after trial when the bags were reopened for trial.
But there are no switch. Well, oh yeah, I get what you're saying. His Keith's could be switched, but we don't know because he didn't make him read the outside of the bag.
Correct. Well, let's see what she says about it.
Oh, does she say anything?
Well, I don't know. They're going to come back from sidebar.
Oh, did they ask for a sidebar?
Yeah, that's where they're at right now. It's on the sidebar.
Oh.
Yeah, the defense was like, hey, wait a minute. There's something fucking wrong here. We need a sidebar.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
What? So I have evidence bags of plastic. Let's see. Tail light.
All right, thank you.
Broken red and clear plastic. Red and clear plastic. What fresh fuckery is this? Like, we already thought you were a bunch of bumbling fools. This just proves our point. So what I would be saying is someone go get me the bag from Keith and tell me what is on that fucking bag right now while we sit here and wait.
All right, to the court, service entry.
I thought we came back. Oh, they're coming back. It looks like all the evidence bags that I have that are written on so far that I see, and there's a bunch of them, are all taillight pieces, not shoes or clothes.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You gonna tell us what the fuck is going on? Oh, it'll be okay because it's
Well,
Hank.
we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
What? Oh, he was getting more gloves. I was like, what is he getting? The bag's right there in front of you.
Did you rewind or are we doing this again?
No, this is after the sidebar. We're doing this again.
So we're gonna pretend he didn't just say that?
Yes.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
That's right.
How do you know it is? You just read a thing.
Something happened at sidebar. We just don't know what.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait.
Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved.
If the bag says it was found at 34 Fairview, how do you know that that is the shoe that was found at the hospital? Does it smell the same? Did you sniff it and it smells exactly the same? Like, I'm confused.
She didn't address she didn't address the jury.
I didn't hear her say shit. And we just like moved on like nothing ever happened.
Right.
And bad enough, let's insult their intelligence and pretend they didn't just hear him say that. This time we're just going to make him not read the bag. We're just going to say, whatever. We're just going to Men in Black their memory and just pretend like that never happened.
Right. Well, I don't know. Hello Spring says that they said that she tells the jury sometimes evidence gets mixed up.
Oh, I didn't hear her say nothing, but I might have been talking over her, but I did not hear her say anything.
No, because I'll go back.
The jury just walked in.
Well, I'm going to go back to where they asked for the sidebar.
Oh God, the neighbor's listening to It's Raining Men.
No way.
I'm not even joking. You can't hear it? Try to listen. Can you hear it at all?
It was before the sidebar.
From 34 Fairview Road, Camp.
Yes, Your Honor. Sure. If you could put the sneaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
And bring the bag over. So she knows that that's weird.
She knows there's an issue. But there's no addressing. She did not address a jury there. Okay, so let's see.
Who's that girl in Paul's usual seat? I don't know if I've ever seen her before.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, maybe before she sends them out, maybe? Before she sends them out?
Does this change from sidebar to break? It does. Okay, here.
Jurors will take our morning recess because we don't need to watch us over there following the thing. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has prayed and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11:30.
All rise, please. Jurors,
What the hell she say?
These things happen.
We'll see you.
Did she really tell them like shit happens? We'll see you in 30 minutes.
When he has prayed and is able to move forward smoothly, these things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will
These things
see you-
happen when you have a lot of evidence in the courtroom.
Where's the lot of evidence?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. She just said these
Dude.
things happen.
We watched the Adam Montgomery trial where they literally brought in like pallets, like big mailroom things full of evidence. What is she even talking about?
I don't know. She just says
Like-
these things happen. Not a
So
big deal.
you know about the inverted video, you know, but like you know about all this shit, Auntie, and you think this is like this is okay?
Yeah, it's just normal.
Wow.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to sidebar again.
86.
Trooper Buchanan, there are 2 more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the
There are 2
laminated
items that
clothes
you
yet.
retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those 2 items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those 2 of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
So right now, I would insert a clip of Kevin Hart saying, "Somebody come look at this. Come look at this.
Come look at this.
Wait till you see this."
They have it like as an art sculpture? Like what's going on? It's covered in a blanket?
Wait till you see this.
Oh my
He's not
god.
got. He don't have any gloves on, Lacey. Look at this.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
I mean, how do we know that's not a picture of the shirt? A, B. How did you all get it so flat without messing with it, like
We're
ironing
gonna
it?
fucking auction this shit off after this. Raise money for fucking Gallagher's pension.
I mean, how bizarre. Spoiler alert, they did the same thing with the hoodie.
Maybe he's gonna use these at closing. Or
I
he's gonna have them.
cannot.
He's gonna have them set up.
Did they do this with his underwear and his socks too?
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
That's not the last thing though, because he got the belt too. Where's the belt at? Because the belt was in the bags with the jeans last year. In fact, I almost feel like he pulled it out with the belt still in the jeans. So where'd the belt go?
I don't know where the belt is. I was wondering that myself.
Could you show the backside, please?
Look at this shit. Look at this shit.
What is the point of this?
May I approach?
Yes.
I guess so they could touch
They didn't
it.
even,
I-
they didn't
hey.
even take the little plasticky stuff off the plexiglass.
I bet you that they can't even see I bet you the way that hoodie's in there is they won't be able to see the holes in his shirt.
Okay, now we're back at a sidebar again.
I hope they said, "Is this real life?"
Oh, Karen is back, but she goes back up there.
Waste of time to you, but it's very
Yeah, it's a waste of time. You are wasting our
every
time.
piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Buchanan, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was
Where'd
also
you find that?
plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures. Yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle? Or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
Is there any?
We're focused on the lawn portion of the property.
I hope there's documentation of this.
We have the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process of handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
The only thing they film is the leaf blower. That's the only thing that fucking Gallagher did right, was have good record the entire thing where there's no fucking red taillight pieces anywhere to be seen. So they don't want to film anything because half of it's not fucking there.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
We'll just photograph.
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Well, Karen, he'll be on all day.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Nora, may I approach before Trooper Lieutenant
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
In real time, he's on direct still.
Did you show Mr. Jack?
Wow, he's gonna try to keep him from getting crossed today.
He might. But I mean, they're going to go through everything because I think he's not going to bring up Proctor.
Well, they only have like 2 more hours of court left.
hand you a series of photographs and ask you to take a look at them.
But I'm just saying, like, they're having him go through like everything to keep Proctor away. Yeah, real time, still on direct.
I do recognize him.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs in evidence.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury.
Where's Nunya today? Did she leave us for
Does that
another?
have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
Are they ever going to tell us what the fuck that is?
No. Probably just fucking trash.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab.
Why aren't these on the why aren't these oh. So they used all these pieces to put the taillight back together and then took it back apart.
Yes.
There's also a canister labeled debris collection.
The hell?
That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1.
Well, like they scrape it at the lab and see what else is on there. So they just put it all in a little container.
This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please? Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
Starting with
Oh, we haven't
exhibit
got
89, which is P490 7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the viewers can see what you're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I can next show exhibit 90, which is P492 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury exhibit 91, which is P515 7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in exhibit 89, P490 7690, different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have exhibit 92, please, which is P493 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show exhibit 93, P507 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show exhibit 94, P503 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I'd move this to evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor. I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is all from the search on February 3rd. The first time that the lead investigators on the case ever show up at the actual crime scene. From January 29th to February 3rd, Proctor never goes there.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. So could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? You recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, I move that item into evidence.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Nobody drove over it. Nobody smushed it. Nobody nothing.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Your Honor, I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
Let me see.
A through 99D, so Mark.
Thank you very much.
Yep, they are on cross in real time.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
And
Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the
can't see shit.
excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Is this it? I can't.
Next to 99B, P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7735.
I don't know where this is.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Saying that over and over. Hey, Labrant,
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
where is this? I have no idea where that is in relation to anything.
Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of
gonna
snow
tell
still
us, man?
present and the fact that we were finding
Did they tell us where the fucking hat was found? Did they tell us that last time? Where was the hat in relation to John, to relation to the flagpole, in relation to the fire hydrant? Because I don't remember that. Does anybody remember that from before?
pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
Hold on. I'm looking to see if there's a better picture that they just did, that we either missed or they didn't show. Because I want to know where that is in relation to anything, and I think Sleuthie's doing something else. Okay, so that's 5:30. That's 5:29. Maybe this is probably the best one that has some other item in it in relation to it. Let me see. There's a bush. So that's like the best we can get for something to compare it to for location purposes. And just something that I noticed when they were going through. He's sitting there making sure to tell the world how it was, close to the ground, frozen to the ground. Well, here's one of the taillight pieces. Not close to the ground, not frozen to the ground, not any of those things. So just thought I'd share that with you guys too. Now where's that bush? That's it. So, but this isn't on the ground. This is on top of a bunch of fucking snow. So, that bush is, I mean, I can, this is my guess, is this is the bush. I think that's probably the best one I have. Yeah, all bright red, just chilling on top of the snow. Yeah, the photo looks like the snowplow added much more snow. The hat photo. Yeah, this is the only bush I can come up with that would make sense. So the flagpole's over here. The hat would be closer to the bush. Like here. Maybe? Left side. Oh, that thought bush was closer to house. Is it? Okay, that's why I'm like, this is the only bush in the area. I have no idea because the only photo they fucking give us is this one. That's as close as we can get to a relationship between where the hat is and any fucking thing else. So I don't know. They didn't tell us where it was actually found. So that's the only bush that I know of. I have no idea. There's a bush that's up like over here. I don't know. Put it on a map. Put it on a map and tell me where you found all this shit. Where was the hat? There's the bush by the flagpole, and then there's several in front of the house and by the fence. Yeah. They don't clarify. If they did, I missed it. So you tell me. Because I have no idea. It almost looks like closer to this, like sidewalk, but here this one looks more like grass. The other one looked more like sidewalk. Okay, yeah. Let me know where the hat's supposed to be. I don't remember it from the first trial, so I got nothing.
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say direct a check, do you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes.
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
It had revealed itself. I true crime heels. Oh my gosh. I came in here to talk shit with y'all. I forgot you're behind. I'll be back. Love y'all. Yeah, you happen to find every single piece. It showed itself. Just appeared in front of you.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Sleuthie, I don't know if you're around, but I'll be right back.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Show you two photographs. The first case, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. Any of you, court permission?
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Joanna, it revealed itself.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You can take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
So I just look at Trooper Paul's diagrams of where the evidence and stuff was found, and the hat is nowhere.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, there's 6 items in that bag.
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieve those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably
Why?
different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the-
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not.
Any
No.
different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
Did we find out where the hat was found? And I missed it?
No, and I pulled up Trooper Paul's stuff, and it's not listed anywhere in there. It's
We
not
don't. We still don't know where the damn hat was found.
Nope.
But we know that these pieces are found in the vicinity of the hat.
Yeah, and it wasn't photographed, even though they had just photographed the hat.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
That's through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it
Who
has
asked
happened
you
before
to?
where a
What
law
copy?
enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yeah, but this isn't till later. So they're not going to ask him who asked him to.
Exactly.
But they did have last time the guy who literally took the swabs testified.
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
It's a
I
text.
believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry. A text
There
chain.
you go.
Thanks,
Were
a
you
fucking
included on
idiot.
a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
How do you know?
When you
what
received
he's
that
referring
text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond.
How do you know what he's referring to? He hasn't told you yet.
Like they only talked one time.
Right. What text? How do you know what text chain he's referring to?
Through with verbiage.
And he liked the
And
comment.
during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with
Are
a
you gonna
thumbs up
ignore the
emoji,
fact that he's not told anybody anything
indicating
about
that I read it.
the message yet?
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay. Wait, rewind.
Second sustained finding, was it
Yeah. Hold on.
regarding a,
of the information was.
after the investigation was done, an investigation?
There was.
Yeah.
That it took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
So he's downplaying his role. Like, I just liked one comment and I never even went back and like paid attention to anything else until later.
And
And
also
then-
didn't really know what that one comment he liked was actually about. He just he didn't read before or after. He said he got it on his Apple Watch, so it would have only shown him one text.
Right. So he's just like, yeah, okay, I saw this, haha, like whatever. And he
Yeah.
moves on with his life because he's in the middle of directing traffic. And then he's asked about if there's an investigation. He says there is. And then he says there was 2 sustained
Findings
Something.
against him specifically.
for what transpired in these text messages. But Hank has still not told anybody what these text messages are.
I'm sure we're getting there.
I don't know if he can because it's not him saying it, and they've done all this without. You can't bring in what Proctor says.
Well, who
You know
can't
what I
bring?
mean?
Well, no, they can't. He can't testify to what Proctor said or did.
Right.
Right.
So
But a text message that he is part of, a text message chain, that's just like
I'm
Jen
wondering.
McCabe reading the group texts with
Right.
Brian Albert and Matt and Nicole.
right. That's what I'm wondering. But like, why is he not saying it? He's like telling how much he got in trouble, but the jury has no idea what the hell he got in trouble for. So he's really just downplaying this whole. I just did a thumbs up on a response, but I did get in trouble for it.
Mm-hmm. I hear Hank shuffling
You
papers.
got that text chain. Was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
that was weird.
second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Just tell us what it was.
Relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Yeah.
Why can't he just tell us what the sustained finding was?
What was that second sustained
He's trying to get
finding
around it.
about?
There we go.
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Oh, but
Was
he
there any other
didn't
sustained
get Proctor in
finding
trouble.
against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
You presently work in the homicide.
Oh, wee. That's your punishment?
Big
Division
deal.
of Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you
Why'd you
have-
keep calling it an email?
I remember seeing it
doesn't
when I
know
reviewed it.
fucking words,
I
Sleuthie.
don't remember
Doesn't know words.
the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, did you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
And the date and time, sir.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Yes.
Sure.
August 17th, 2022.
Talking to you. Like at the date and time series. You want me to date and time it?
Make sure you're in normal time.
Stop talking to Bukaki, Sleepy.
Make sure you're at
9.
normal speed.
44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Wait, go back.
I am not. Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Yes, we do.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far.
What's the date and time?
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
Fucking Proctor's so thrown under the bus and everything.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Yes, it does.
Maybe that document doesn't.
And what is the time?
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see.
Jesus
If you
Christ,
do
Hank.
any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here, as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Oh my God, is this for real?
And if you don't know who made the
No.
comment, could you just
Fucking
identify that
objection.
for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
Well, there's
No,
a
it is not.
picture
Okay,
first.
next.
It appears to,
We're not going to talk about the picture? Isn't the picture first?
It
There's
is. And
an
also,
old picture of Yannetti that Proctor sends, making fun of Yannetti from when he was younger. And he says, or I don't know if did Proctor send, somebody sent it. And then he says, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone now.
he's not going to tell me it doesn't say who's sending each of these.
Well, I mean, this document doesn't. So why is there not an objection coming in? I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a group chat with,
They didn't even
Him?
say.
yeah, we don't even know who's in this group chat. Proctor, him, DeChico, Kakowski, and I think Moore. Is Moore right? Is Moore the one that was in there?
I don't know, but he should be forced to tell us who's in this and who said
Yeah.
each thing.
They're downplaying this like a lot.
Yep.
No, he's not almost done. He goes. Hank is still going after lunch. This is Cross now. I mean, real time we are in cross.
Be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Come on.
Yes, I
Let's
believe
get
that
the
is.
fucking
Next
right
week.
evidence in. This is ridiculous.
There's a blank page, and that's the end.
What?
Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your
Like,
cases?
yeah, no big deal.
Yes, I have.
He was saying he hates
Or
Yannetti.
we'll go back to the evidence that you
defense
reviewed in this case.
Okay.
That was weird. I don't like that at all. I don't know why
Did you get
we're allowing that
to
in.
look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take
Couldn't
in.
verify Jen's.
So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
You just asked that.
With permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Why are we watching it again?
These guys are funny. Nobody's getting dinner tonight.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
I could have video 119.
Why are we watching this?
I have no idea. Maybe to show she didn't hit his car that time, but like it's daytime.
After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2000.
There's a
What
noise coming
fucking
from
noise does he think is coming from a goddamn bag?
There's a noise coming from the bag and nobody cares. Is it a fucking bomb? Is it a ticking noise? What's happening?
Nobody seems like he doesn't seem alerted. I was more scared when I heard whatever that was coming out of this computer.
I know.
No
I just
concern.
went to work, you can't make a salad while listening, and I said, "No, son, ask criminality. I'm on the clock. She's on the clock, bro." Sir, are you okay?
Okay, but like, what is in the bag?
What's in the bag?
What is
What's
in the bag? That's just weird. There should be nothing in the bags that are making noise.
And then nobody cares that there's something in a bag making noise.
22, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
is weird. I don't
Who
know
was
why you're
that?
John and Kaylee, I think, or John and Karen. I think it's John and Kaylee.
Whose white car?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Thanks
have-
for like
Oh,
the context.
It's at 5 o'clock. It's what's his name? Cupertino, that guy, Camerano, and his kid.
Yeah. Oh, he did bring his daughter there. You're right.
Yeah, that's who that is.
Okay.
There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
I
Yes,
did
sir.
think it was John
Yeah,
too.
149, please.
Yeah, no, that was Camerano and his daughter showing up to hang out for the night.
And now John's leaving with Mike.
Right. This is after John moves his car over so that Karen can get in the garage. So that's John moving his car, and then John is gonna go
To go to CF McCarthy's.
to CF McCarthy's.
It's all that shit in the driveway.
I don't know. For somebody who's such a clean freak,
hmm
he must have salted his sidewalk though, because I did go back and look at the footage from
Yesterday
when
we were
Karen,
like, why does it look shoveled?
yeah, when
In your
Karen left
investigation,
in the middle of the night, or that early morning.
did you
was all-
learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Wait. On the evening of January 29th at 12:36,
He's a jackass.
That's
He
not-
means morning.
accurate information at all.
I find it funny it's not there.
That time doesn't even work for anything. We're just going to continue to ignore all these fuck ups that Hank just throws out to the jury, like it's okay.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that
AM?
morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could
When
we
she
see
backed
video
out.
153, please?
Funny you have her leaving, but nothing of her coming home. What was the seconds? 5:07 what?
I don't remember. You want me to back it up?
Yeah, for my timeline. I want to know exactly what time it was compared to Jen's thing.
5:07:58
58.
that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
Well, they already said last year, Jenny, that the only person that had access was John on his phone.
Yeah, they tried that in the first trial, but yeah, they nobody ever. I think no, who was it that ended up testifying that nobody had a login?
Buchanan, and then
The
the
what?
girl, and then the kids too.
Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
He's going to go through all the surveillance of everything.
What's the time of this?
5:40.
58? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
5:46:29.
Could we play number 154, please?
This is when everybody's originally testified that she showed him the tail light, or not testified. Everybody's statement said she showed him the tail light when they got to the house. But come to find out, we watched this, and then of course it's not happening. So then they're like, "Oh, she shows him the taillight when leaving the house.
And there's no footage of that either.
And no, of course, there's no footage of that.
Hmm.
Could you stop that? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Of course not.
Was
So
there
basically-
later video at 7:05:16?
7:05:16. Of course, all the footage that's missing would contradict shit Jen was saying at the time, which was that she showed them the taillight here. She was still outside at 12:45 at Fairview. All the things that would contradict her are gone.
Not to mention that Carrie and Jen have John's phone that
Mhm.
entire fucking morning.
Mhm.
Which is where you can access the Ring footage from. But I think that I think Ring ends up saying that no, there was nothing that showed deleted. I don't know. I don't remember that clearly, so I shouldn't talk on it.
10 a.m.
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
Yes, that's Camerano. That's this one right now. He says he sweeps it because John would
Did
be
you
unhappy.
later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please. Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Why
Did
aren't
you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
Oh, he doesn't notice a busted taillight just then? He run his hands all along it?
Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175.
It's crazy. There's literally only 2 videos missing.
And like I said, they're the ones that contradict Jen.
Right. It'd be more believable if some of these were missing too. You know, these random. We know they were there, but it didn't show up.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video. No.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see video or photograph?
No, it is not 100% consistent because you didn't take a fucking video, you didn't take a fucking picture, and you were in the middle of a snowstorm where even if it was like that, the entire fucking thing is packed with snow. You're a fucking liar.
Of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video.
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
We just watched 10 of them, Hank. What the fuck?
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
Nah.
You could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
Definitely don't think it's consistent. Well, that's weird.
Thank
Then
you.
why
Can I
did it all
approach, Your
just
Honor?
light up
Yes.
red?
Yeah.
Because the light isn't red.
Any of your documents, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Oh, so you didn't freeze frame the part where it lights up, did you?
No.
Are we almost at cross?
If I may correct
Oh.
the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A.
Still gotta have. He's got to go through CF McCarthy's, all the drinks she had. He's got to go through Waterfall, and then I think they do Sallyport, and then we have lunch, and then we get more direct, and then we get cross finally.
So by the time, so at least we won't get into cross before I get.
No, so you got. Maybe they don't do Sallyport. So about a negative hour. Then you got an hour lunch. We got about a little over an hour left of direct. But I also have it sped up, so.
Not exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have exhibit 10, please?
How would they have reviewed any evidence of the taillight before getting to Dighton?
Did you have a chance to view full photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and video of
bullshit.
that cam?
Yes, I
It
did.
wasn't beforehand, though.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
Let's just remember, Gallagher was already here before this photo's ever taken. Gallagher randomly shows up at One Meadows.
With no explanation for why.
No reason why.
He
No
misunderstood.
dash cam to show anything.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to.
You were made aware after you lied about the time it was towed. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
No objection.
Got caught lying.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay. Well, not him, Joanna, but Proctor.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He tried to say they towed it like a whole hour later. To try to say that the car wasn't even in their custody by the time the search started. Like, is this sped up? Because that's insane. I mean, it's all the way up to her front bumper and they just drove in. Like, you can't even see the road. So they didn't get him till 2:12.
Could you play video 2, please?
Okay, hold on. So this is what ATS just sent me. Where did it go? It says breaking. This is from Court TV. According to Karen Reed, Michael Proctor, the former lead investigator in the John O'Keefe murder case, is not expected to be called to testify for the Commonwealth in her murder retrial. When Reed was asked if Proctor would be called by the defense, she replied, "To be determined."
Really?
Yeah, the disgraced former lead investigator of the murder case is not expected to return to the stand for the Commonwealth.
That's ballsy.
So that's from Court TV. Thank you, ATS, for sending that. No, I had not seen that yet.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
No?
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the contents of that for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
All right, let's see. No, nobody cares about that. Probably because they were all drunk.
CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, is no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
Move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
So I'm showing you 4 more photographs. Can you take a look?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
There's still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A to 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is timestamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 20:51, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the timestamp 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received?
Now, when they had the CF McCarthy's person up, did they ask her if it was
Yes, so the first video,
I don't recall that.
Because that would have been like an appropriate person to ask. Is it behind on actual time, ahead of actual time?
Yeah. I don't recall that. I just remember them saying, like, is this your video? Yeah, and yes, you had access to this, yes. I don't remember one way or the other.
as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes,
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
from left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier, and then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who
Right.
the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please.
Well, there's Mike, and I think Kurt's already there by now.
Like he should know that.
Yeah.
We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Now, last year he was told to shut the fuck up and
Here,
stop
the defendant
marrying.
is handed a shot.
Right.
Stop, please. Okay.
Now, what is this? Because they went to a whole new slide.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Kilman.
What the hell is happening?
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
So if she's pouring them into her glass, what if she doesn't drink the whole glass? How are they calculating that?
Well, that's part of the issue too. Is she says she doesn't drink the whole thing, but that, and she also says that the original ones were weak, and that's why she gets the shot and puts it in there. Yeah, they counted them all as doubles. Well, they have the receipts from both bars, so they know that they know what the orders are.
Am I the only one like looking at other people, seeing what they're doing?
Yeah, I'm just checking everybody out. I'm wondering why in January of 2022 they're still wearing fucking COVID masks.
That one person in the background looks like a kid.
Right. This one right here. Oh shoot, my mouse. This one.
Yes, that looks like
Yeah.
a kid to me.
I think it is a kid.
Oh. What's this lady doing? Digging in her bag. Oh.
A really big purse. Yeah, that's definitely a kid. Like 10, 12, maybe. Welcome back, True Crime Heels. Yeah, I don't really know what this does for the jury. Like, oh, look at, they're all just hanging out and having a good time.
Yeah.
Nobody's fighting. Nobody's yelling. It's just really fucking sad. He's just out having a good night, and to know like that's it. This is the last things he does. I mean, that's fucking sad. But they're not fighting. They're not yelling at each other. There's not. That's Carrie Roberts' husband, right? Isn't that Kurt?
Carrot. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty sure that's Kurt.
Like one will be Mike, one will be Kurt.
This is Mike. I'm pretty sure that's Kurt.
So right there, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
Who's he talking to?
Himself. Are we sped up?
Yeah, we're on 1.25. You want me to go faster?
Yeah, just because he's not really talking.
Okay.
So she was talking to other people too. She was fine with John
Puts
walking
her
away.
second cocktail glass with the added shot in it. And consumed.
Wonder where
So we're still just watching her drink.
and bullshit with other people who are also drinking.
See the next video, please.
Who also drive home.
It is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over
Check this
another
phone.
cocktail glass and some
So
beers.
his wallet was also
The
in
shot
his
goes into
left pocket.
the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's trick number 4.
Well, that's 3-4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back
No,
pocket
that's
again?
4.
Yes.
4. You're right. Okay, 4. Got it.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45.
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please?
Mm,
So they're not counting the extra shots?
they are.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection's sustained.
You have no idea what the fuck she said.
I was going to say, did he just say my guess is she wanted another shot?
No. Yeah, the defendant says
you want his cell phone
requests
again?
a
Yes, sir.
shot or orders another shot.
And he puts it in his back pocket.
That's his phone now in his right pocket. That's not torn.
So his phone and his wallet was in his left pocket. Now his phone's in the right, pocket's in.
I think his wallet's in his right pocket.
Hmm.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
I mean, clearly everybody's laughing though.
Right. So that's number 5 now. So shot goes into drink number 2, shot goes into drink number 3, making them 4 and 5.
You know why this is dumb? They didn't charge her with just driving drunk. Otherwise, this would make sense. But they have to prove that she hit him.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
I thought he just said 4.
He did.
Did you
That
rewind?
point, it's 5 drinks. This is why nobody can ever get the fucking drink straight, because they can't either. She's had 2
Mr. O'Keefe
doubles
brings over
and 1
a couple of
single.
beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
Who's this dude?
No idea. They're just meeting him, so can't be
Yeah,
anybody
looks like
important. I
A
hate
shot
it.
glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
Oh, jeez. That guy was going to take that shot.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar.
Okay, we don't need the play-by-play.
And then
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we can move to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks. Definitely.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, those 4 shot glasses are redistributed.
Whatever happened to the shot that was still on there that the guy tried to take?
I don't know.
We never did anything with that shot glass. It was still just sitting there.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
No objection last time.
Okay, I'll strike that.
So I'm confused at what count we're even at now.
Next video, please.
He said
Now,
5.
as the Mr. O'Keefe,
Yeah, but then he says that would have been 5 that she ordered because she ordered the shot and puts it
I
in.
know.
And
He
then
doesn't-
they just ordered 4 shots and he's saying she puts that in.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, you could pour 50 in that glass, but you'd have to finish the glass and give it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So whatever we don't even know what happened to that shot. The ATS, I agree with you. So no disrespect.
and the defendant, again, ready to leave. The defendant is holding the drink in her left hand. Continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in her hand being deposited anywhere.
Oh.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mm.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move the strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide.
Yeah.
And this
So
is-
I'm going to actually see counsel's because on this.
Yeah. He doesn't need to be counting it.
I'm gonna run to
His
the bus.
count's wrong.
Let the jury count it, but I'm gonna run to the bus stop.
Okay.
Lunch and break, it's 10:01. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. And then just file
Let me get that.
Yes,
All
Your Honor.
rise for the court, please.
His
You're
count
supposed to
is
go before me.
accurate.
Bar grill surveillance.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 10:54 before we begin. Trooper Kennick, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
No commentary. That means shut the fuck up.
$11.46, please. $12.06, please. 12:07. $12:10, please.
Yeah, you don't get to say what's happening in any of these, fucker.
Did you see the last person walk out the door in that video clip?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
And approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. It's already introduced the evidence. When you study that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdrop on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Goodman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
That is ridiculous.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Lieutenant. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Evidence? No objection. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Here we go. Here we go. Sleuthie, get your butt back here.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me get
Good
prepped.
afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
It is normal time. Normal
I want to
speed.
talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the
No.
case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
This is when I find Alan Jackson so
Even
fucking
back when you were
sexy.
in the military. You were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Ooh,
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provides statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay. You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you supervise them.
That is one possibility.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
Especially in this
So
case.
I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind, and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper
If we were playing a game of bullshit, he'd be drunk.
Michael Proctor was the person who's the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I wouldn't use that title.
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So
There's no leading an investigation in any direction. So he didn't have any authority to lead another person to tell them where to go and investigate? Is that what you're telling me? He just managed the case. So everybody just did whatever the fuck they were going to do and then just reported back to him, but he never led them in any which way.
in your mind, well, let me
That's
ask you
right,
this.
Ariel.
Is the case officer
I mean, the real lead investigator in this case is Jen McCabe. Let's be real.
the word for that synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29th, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that.
No,
So
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
no,
Who was?
he was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
We can do this all day, I suppose. So he was on when they got this makes sense why we were talking earlier about how they're trying to change this timeline up. Now I understand it, because I was like, that's way too early. That doesn't make sense. So Lank calls in to say, hey, we have a homicide. Proctor says, no, you don't, because he's not actually dead. So we're not going to take it on. So that's when Proctor would have been on call. And then later on, when they find out that John, I can't remember if it was right before John passed away, right after John passed away, they find out. So Lank calls back, and then Proctor is told, hey, you took the original call, so you're going to have to do it. So he is told, because he's no longer on call when that second call comes in, when there's actually a death. They established that in the first trial. So I don't know what's going on right now.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
You see what happened? He was born.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation?
Ooh.
Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
Ooh.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Ooh. Is that a yes or a no?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Ooh.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it
Jackson.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
Overruled. Yep.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant
Fucking
Buchanan,
weird.
you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
No, I
I
don't.
will answer your question. Absolutely.
I don't want to answer your question.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant.
Do it right now. You're going
The
to
investigation
your
was
own credibility.
handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
Oh,
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
he did not have a major role.
Because he didn't have 51% of something. That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it is.
Okay.
None yet.
You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted.
I'm here. You want to switch?
That were attendant to those
We don't
search
have to
warrants.
switch yet. It's Thursday, so I don't have to leave yet. But we can switch
Oh.
whenever we want to. Yeah, I mean, we can switch at break. I have to leave at 2:15 today. No,
When's-
1:40. What time do I fucking leave today?
I don't
No,
know. What
1:40.
time is it there now?
I have to leave at 1:40. You are right. We should switch.
1:40. Oh, so 20 minutes from now. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can switch. So
Okay.
I had it pulled up at the start. What are you
Okay.
negative right now?
I am negative about 131-ish. 130, 150, 131.
I think this is going to work out well this time because we got it before it ended.
Oh, it's still going?
Mine looks like it is.
No, I think it's done.
Oh, well, it hasn't. Maybe because I pulled it up before. Oh, it's probably because I pulled it up and I had it stopped at his cross.
Oh, yeah. So yours looks like it isn't ended.
Yeah. So let me. Well, I'm going to have to start doing that then because then it's way easier to find where we're at.
Yeah, but then even when I'm behind like this, it'll automatically readjust and then it'll send me right back to the beginning. Once they go in there and edit it with the timestamps, then everything throws me back to the beginning. So you still have to it's still kind of a pain in the ass, but okay.
Yeah, that's annoying.
All right. Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, I'm like I don't know what time I'm leaving today. I have to get both kids, so I will be gone longer, but I'll be listening on my phone.
Okay. All right. I think.
Karen
it's
Reed
me.
better call Proctor. He will plead the fifth, which
What
will
are they-
seal the deal for the
Who are
acquittal.
they coming and going? Who are they interviewing?
Is this right?
Yeah, 51%.
Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person
Of course
all the
not.
time, but this
You can try if you have a spreadsheet.
is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves.
I'll
So we
get
do
over
our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure.
Hey, Brian.
If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you
Yes,
supervise.
that is one possibility.
Okay,
yes.
let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
What a dingleberry.
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is.
Hyde did say that, and she wasn't willing to say that any of the data in Withen's timeline thing that he made was accurate because she didn't know. She wasn't looking at it, but yes, she did say that. Not just steps and stuff like that it wasn't physically interacted with at all.
In order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Who's also a shitbag.
Especially in you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind. And
as a side note, one of his sustained findings by the board or whatever was that he failed to supervise. So he's saying absolutely, but he didn't do that. I mean, and he's like, duh, what a dumb question. It's like, sir, do you understand? Oh, and I don't know if I sent it to you, but maybe I retweeted it. I'm going to go back and change my notes because this obviously makes more sense than whatever blah, 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 they were saying when they were saying what the second one was. So the second sustained finding, it says, during the employee evaluation period between July 15th, 2022 and October 15th, 2022, failed to properly utilize the employee evaluation system. This occurred when Sergeant Buchanan failed to properly document the inefficiencies of a subordinate, according to the department's EES manual. So his sustained finding is technically that he failed to properly document the inefficiencies of a subordinate, which was Proctor. Love you too, Cam. I'm sad you have to go.
with the integrity that is necessary.
Did you say something, or was that him?
That was him. I'm chewing.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
Stop it. Don't you?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case?
Yes.
Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading
Yes.
investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's a case officer, another word for that. Synonym would be an investigator, right? It's a detective, an investigator.
He is a detective, yes.
And
He was.
the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29th, 2022, he was assigned to a case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Yes or no, bitch?
well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so
I didn't. I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
no.
He
Oh,
was.
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as
oh
a
my
result.
God.
He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much
Thanks
earlier
for
in the
clearing
day.
that up.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He
on
was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
This is like pulling teeth, but he doesn't have any. They're all gone. That's what happened to them.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe
Teeth
that
went.
That's where his tooth went. I have yet to see a single tooth. I've been looking.
He doesn't have any teeth. I told you. He's like the old man with dentures.
I envision it like oh, you know what? I'm gonna find a picture. Hold on.
Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done
Really?
with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Come on.
This is where we were.
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Yes,
There is.
bitch.
Everything I say is question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you
President.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm gonna show you. You don't have to say anything because I know that I'm right. But this is what I picture he would look like if he had just opened his mouth a little bit more.
Are you going to show me up? Oh.
Wait, that's just his whole.
He needs to be crying, though. 'Cause he's a fucking crybaby.
This
There
does
you
look
go. That's that's so.
Teresa, I don't know how to like get it so that I can put it next to him so we can see it next to him. I don't know how to do that. Look how
Okay, I see it next to him because it's on my other screen and it's perfect.
How do I do this?
Oh shit!
Can I drag it in here? No, it won't let me
You
do
can-
that.
No. The old man from Up.
That's him for sure.
You got no TV.
Except Yuri's never loved anything or anyone, so
No,
that's the difference.
he loves
Okay.
himself a whole bunch, though.
All right, sorry. I know we've been waiting for this.
Yeah, sorry.
Investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question,
No.
correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
You will?
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by
What?
Michael Proctor.
You do know that he
Oh my God.
touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer,
How
correct?
can you say that?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
That was so incredibly disingenuous to say. Like, really? Less than 51%?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted in
Search warrants
support-
and affidavits,
in support of the search warrants?
correct?
Yes, I am.
Right. You're also aware that there was a
I'm just waiting
Good
for
amount
him
of
to
physical
speak
evidence.
English.
that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
Unless it's a shoe.
May I approach the witness? Your Honor?
Yes.
Pop him right in the nose. The hell was that? That big ass binder. Is it called?
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and
Yay.
forth. With
Thank
the
you,
court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
Can you read, sir? Really?
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know.
Why would there be Verizon records for a vehicle?
For sure, because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
He's gonna make him go through every single thing that has to do with the case and see how much of it Michael.
Oh,
Proctor
that's such a
got
good idea.
So if search warrant doesn't fucking matter what the search warrant's for. Who signed it? Next search warrant, who
Great.
signed it? Next
That's a great
police
idea.
report, who signed it?
And then I would go to every
Did you
interview
say that was
report.
51% of the investigation?
I
Yes or
would
no?
say that is such a good idea, Teresa. If he does not do that, I'm going to be really upset. I would absolutely have him look at every single search warrant, every subpoena, every witness report that was written, and then say, okay, what percent is this? Because like this is all we have.
Right.
So we must be missing 50% of what you all have collected.
Right.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2?
Oh, you're kidding. Michael Proctor.
Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
1-5.
ruin your presentation here.
The presentation.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
I don't know her phone number.
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for.
Well, you all gave it to us
but,
like that.
There is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me. If that's what you want me to do, I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Oh,
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Michael Proctor. Oh, pizza sounds good.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant.
Oh my God.
Well, they
Again,
go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Are you for real? Why would he be showing you something from another case?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant.
It should have your case number
because of
on
the
it.
quality of it. The addendum A
What is happening right now?
appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have
And
you ever
the
seen
F-
it before?
Yuri knows what he's
I'm
trying
sorry?
to do.
Have you ever
He's
seen it
trying to-
before? This
trying to
search
prove-
warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
All right, I got to
Based
go.
on what you're presenting to me,
Okay. And not for nothing, but if that is a search warrant that he never saw, then that just goes to show he wasn't a very good supervisor, like we've been saying. Like he was found to not be.
never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge
Oop.
as you sit here?
Look at his face.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's.
Think that might be a-
Oh my
think that
God.
might be a forgery? His
I'm
name-
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the time stamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit.
Is he for real? He doesn't know if it's real because it didn't come from the court with a stamp on it. What?
Seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted.
Oh my
You
God.
have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
Oh my God.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
You look so stupid.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Michael Proctor. I can't. Dude, you already know the answer, bro. What are you doing? We all know that it's Michael Proctor. All eyes, we just got to his cross, like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant.
Oh
This
my
is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4?
Proctor.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows
Mm.
in 2023?
Mm. Who's it signed by, guys?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous
But it's in 2023.
location of Meadows, yes.
Who signed
Who's
it?
the affiant or affiant?
I think you know, sir.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematics system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
Or if you just stop fucking around, really.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
Mike Proctor.
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Well,
Turn to page, tab
Fine,
6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
are my keys really annoying? Let me know if my keys are annoying. I'll mute myself.
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
He is a buffoon. We know this is Michael Proctor. Oh, good, Chelsea. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
Is it possible that he prints his name because he's a jackass and doesn't know how to sign in cursive? Look at his face. Mm-mm-mm.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
You think so, Joanna?
It's a report written by Nicholas Guarino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
Oh, maybe Michael Proctor.
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that
Michael Proctor.
Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Yeah.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind.
I'm surprised he hasn't said, okay, I get it.
Do you see a similar report by Trooper Guarino?
But he gets it.
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
Please take your time and check. That is hilarious. He was so much more the lead here.
My
than-
initials are in the report.
Your initials?
Turn to tab 9.
Maybe they didn't want to take a chance at writing
Do
Bukkake.
you see a report by you
Oh,
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes,
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
the case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct?
oh.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer,
Everything was
he's
for
entitled
him.
to ask for things, have them delivered,
Yep.
correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible.
Okay, then why didn't you review it by yourself? Why did you receive it and then turn it over to him for review? Just like you and Keith, Trooper Keith, went to CF McCarthy's and the waterfall. Nobody reviewed the footage, but just turned it over to Michael Proctor, who then reviewed the footage himself and wrote reports of his analysis.
Evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Delivered it. Flip faster.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
You're not smart, Yuri.
You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
Oh my God. Where some is missing.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Sure. I'm glad he's going slow because he knows that we're going to be bringing his ass back here tomorrow morning. First thing, bright and early. I would take my time with him. Like, these are Massachusetts State Police documents. You haven't seen this? Nunya, they would never eat at D&E. They want to live.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you.
Huh.
Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
Well,
Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by
you don't see the pattern here yet?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own. Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022. 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022. Clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself. Correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13.
What a dumb bitch. Man, I swear.
This is an evidence submission form, correct?
Don't rub your chin.
I'm sorry,
on this.
13?
Tab 13. Yes, sir.
You don't have a chin.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who
Angela.
submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally?
So keep that in mind. The copy of the evidence submission form was dated March 14th, 2022. John died on January 29th, 2022. And his clothes were collected that same day from the floor of the hospital by this buffoon and the other one. And he didn't turn them over to the crime lab until March 14th.
See clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Where was it for all that time? Yes, Dad.
Blue jeans, belt.
What thing?
What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
The straw. Stop it.
I'm talking to myself.
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
The straw. He carried around a straw.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
Appalling.
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
Yep.
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
Yep.
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained.
So, this is the next question, I hope. So, Bukkake, what do you reckon he did with all those pieces of evidence from January 29th, 2022 to March 14th, 2022?
Into all of it, is that right? At least at some point.
Yeah, DB.
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over.
So wait. So they dried out his clothes for days on butcher paper and then he recollected them and still didn't turn them over?
And submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely.
Why would it be accurate?
So we've just gone through a few things.
6 days what? 6 days drying out, you mean?
But what you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
All the big stuff.
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was
Uh-huh.
involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed.
Make his dumbass sit here and look through each one and tell us which ones are not signed by Michael Proctor.
So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing
Bye, Nanya. Hope you
the,
here all day
the
tomorrow.
tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No,
Not that
Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Yeah.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor,
You don't know what he was doing.
what Proctor was doing, do you?
Yep,
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
exactly.
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, as you, the word
Bitch, he had nothing to do with court dates and motions. What are you talking about?
you just used, keep you abreast of that one.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
Nope.
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the.
I love that he thinks he's going to get AJ, but really, AJ's like, you stupid bastard.
At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either? Did he?
No, he did not.
Why not?
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation.
Oopsie. My bad. I clicked that weird side button on my mouse. My bad. Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Okay. Sorry, peeps. Good thing I'm not able to end the stream because that might have been a freaking disaster. All right. Carry on.
Yes, at some point in the morning,
Here.
once it was determined.
Around
There.
8 or 9 a.m., correct? You're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
He looks
So
shook.
the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question
Yes.
is yes.
Just answer the damn
Correct.
question.
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to Brian Albert. And Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Why'd you call it a loose connection? Seems pretty tight to me.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did
Yes.
was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified.
No, the documentation was of Michael Proctor getting notified. Your documentation that you just now showed up in is that at 10:41, and we just went over this morning, that at 10:41 you called the ME's office and you said that the case was now being treated as suspicious due to a domestic situation that happened after decedent, which would be John, left the bar, and that there was a possibility that the decedent, John, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass.
Of the
I think this is about to get good.
incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point.
Yep.
At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
Yeah.
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Yeah. Just say yes or no, because where we're headed here is how did you go from that to being 100% convinced that the man was hit by a car? Could it be because you went and talked to Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, and Brian Albert?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have to have a brain to enter it. Would it be?
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent,
Mhm.
John O'Keefe,
Mhm.
was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Yeah.
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
Mm-hmm.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
Mm.
That's a compound question. I have to answer it.
I don't think it is.
Was a pos-
Let's hear it again.
May have been involved in that.
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you
This don't be good.
We interviewed the homeowner
Uh-huh.
and two witnesses that were in that house.
Uh-huh.
You never went into the house, did you? On
I
January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Nope.
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct.
Here's the problem that I think he's going to fail to realize is that he's asked, what steps did you take to determine whether anybody in the house might have been involved in the physical altercation that you thought might have happened? You interviewed the homeowner and two other witnesses who were in the house, which, like I've said 30 times today, was Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. If he had been involved in an altercation inside the house, do we really think that's enough? Like, do we really think that one of those three or all of those three or two of those three would have been like, oh yeah, we know he's dead now, so the consequences are very severe, but we're going to let you know that he did come in and get into a fight, but he must have died some other way. Come on.
Conduct any search of that house?
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house?
No.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene?
Or even the yard.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, et cetera, during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
We don't even know where
So the
his
answer
body
is
was.
you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant
What?
Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really?
House.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you for real?
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found.
Yeah.
Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department
Yeah.
that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one, while she was at 34 Fairview. Right?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th. You
I
weren't
don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay.
idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know
Yeah, by the
exactly
time
what
you
time
got
we began.
By the time you got to Miss Reed, you had already been convinced that it was no longer throwing a glass at his face and that he was actually hit by a car. So I think the most important people for us to know would be, who'd you talk to before you went to her house?
End of conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive. And the other
Right
two,
before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive. And two of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
Why are you not saying, like, what is the problem with saying that Matt and Brian were with him 15 minutes before?
And those same two individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive.
Exactly.
Correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview.
Technically, the last time that like the police saw John alive, it was in the Waterfall bar with all of these people.
Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people,
Dropped off on the lawn?
all three, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the three people that you had information from, correct?
Absolutely all eyes.
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking
You had information from 3 sources. Why are you getting confused?
about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie
Uh-huh.
if they were somehow involved,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
Seriously.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me. How many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay.
You're not very good.
Does that sound like many?
That's a whole ass decade.
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right.
What a douche.
Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
Witnesses ever lie?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
Oh.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way.
You need to go back to school then, sir, and you shouldn't be investigating anything. Did you never get an education? I don't get it.
Right. If these 3 individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took
This is what he needs to say. What motives do suspects, or let's say even witnesses, have to lie in general? Based on your experience, what have you noticed to be generally motives? What motivates people to lie to you? You just said one, alibi, creating an alibi.
these 3 individuals just at their word based on those first 3 interviews, correct?
No. not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Not an extra person. The person who owns the house that the victim was found dead in front of left his house to go talk to you at somebody else's house, so you had no reason to go to his house to talk to him there. He cannot be this dense.
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So
But also a suspect would want to get your attention away from something that might incriminate them.
cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Ems, I can't make any decisions. I don't think Teresa's listening. Teresa, are you listening? Teresa, are you here listening? You can do it. Do it.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
Okay. And his head's as empty as that mouth.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you come here with a full bottle of water and that's all you got left? Oh, what is he writing?
I want to shift gears for a second. Sergeant
Oh, she
Buchanan,
smiled
I
at the
asked you
juror.
about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
Oh, he's about to get him on what you guys said earlier. Or maybe it was Teresa and me. I can't even remember. Somebody said somewhere that when he said that it was there on the floor because he was getting medical treatment, remember we called him out that it was already cut off of him in the ambulance and that the ambulance people would have put it in a bag. They wouldn't just go in there and throw it in the floor. You threw it in the floor, sir. That's what I think.
Yes.
And then Proctor kept it in his dirty ass trunk for a month,
Take a look at that photograph, please.
a month and a half.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
No objection.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly.
Yeah, Bukaki, who took this photo? Because it surely does not look like a professional photo. Not to me. We know where the clothes were. They were in the floor. Does it get better than that? No, don't tell us. No spoilers.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
Oh, we got more than one? Oh, too bad we can't see it because of the stupid ass cameraman. For real? Are you sure?
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
We would like to
do
follow.
the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on
Seriously?
the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly
Oh, they started to.
a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here.
Okay.
What
that
an
is.
asshole.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe, as you sit here, that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric,
Good morning.
indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is
Am I tripping? Because maybe it's because I'm outside and I need to go in. Those don't look like jeans. That looks like that almost looks like scrubs. Yeah, we can see his socks, but I guess that's the belt. Why do they look so blue? Yeah, this is his foot.
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid thigh down, correct?
Wait, were they?
Side down.
Wait, are you messing with me? Socks are inside out and backwards? Does the gray go on the bottom?
I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question.
They
You
do look
see
like they're
Mr.
not on
O'Keefe's,
right.
Left leg and right leg from
But
about
not inside out.
Little lower than mid thigh down, correct?
Mid thigh down. I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee.
Show us
The
all the
interior
markings.
portion of it, yes.
Ed.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you. We can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down.
Oh, so it has a safe space on a chair, but John's clothes are thrown in the floor? Okay.
Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe.
You bagged them together. Did one hold one sleeve and the other hold the other sleeve? What does that even mean?
He picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag.
What are you,
open.
children?
The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag.
And you didn't
You would
separate
get
them?
for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that
Stop and
was
shop?
provided by Crime Scene Services.
Oh.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay. Understood.
Would
Did
you use a
both
grocery
shirts go in the
bag?
same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck.
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Basically, I want you to tell me if that's what you said so I can hold you to it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollection as to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes.
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, whatever.
The reason I have a problem with that is that this entire time he's been saying that him and Proctor were together all day. They were in the same car. They drove together. They were in the same truck, his truck. So would you just leave him there overnight?
Indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, back and forth conversation.
I see.
We heard that defeated sigh. What the hell is he reading? Why is this taking so long?
May I approach?
Yes.
Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag,
I don't know that to be true.
because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted it into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what's happening or who's handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched.
Sprinkle a little glass on the clothes. The reason that becomes a problem for them is because he didn't turn it in until March, after they collected 40 some odd pieces.
Or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before that.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the
Where's it at then? Didn't he just say he didn't see it? So how can you say that's absolutely incorrect?
log of the document, logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
That's just you telling us right now with your words that mean nothing to us. Years later.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this.
Exactly.
Got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
To document the documentation? What?
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
I'm just saying you wouldn't have to try to remember if you documented all this stuff.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
No.
Somebody authored a report. I'm not
Did you? I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
Yeah, and we're supposed to think
That is not true. Each bag.
we're supposed to believe that you believe and you remember exactly what happened 17 months prior. Oh, he really looks like the guy from Up here. So he's about to tell us all the bags that we collected the evidence in were all dated and had names on them and said what was in them and where they were pulled from. So when we went to write the reports, we were going off of that. So it's still technically really accurate. But this Dingleberry is going to forget that he literally pulled a shoe out of a bag a couple hours ago that he wasn't expecting to see, had the wrong left or right, and collected at the wrong goddamn place. And maybe he also forgets from last year that we all found out, including him, that Trooper Proctor forged his name on one of those bags. So going by the bags is really not that trustworthy.
That the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely. Yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
Sir.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time.
Oh, was he?
When the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
Uh,
Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained, yes, good time.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me, or that I authorize.
Here's the problem with that. You all continuously fail to write reports. And I'm starting to think it's because when it comes time for you to be asked questions about it, you can say this stupid shit. If you show me a report authored by me or authorized by me, signed by me, that says what it is you're saying I said, then I could tell you.
Approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But
We'll
in the
find it
meantime,
by
let me ask
tomorrow
you a few
morning,
other questions.
bitch.
You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes, he indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
And
at speed.
did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
Older.
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
And he had Coke bottle glasses. You
I
can't
have
make
no
them
idea how
shit.
old Chief Berkowitz was.
Oh, I'm back. I
He
finally
indicated
took
to
forever.
you that he was driving by and saw a small
Welcome.
piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right?
Objection.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Did Berkey die?
Yeah.
So it's not even like they can ask him this stuff.
No.
Objection.
Did you question Chief?
Then I find it a little bit ridiculous if we're objecting for hearsay. Like if it's in a report and the man is dead, why can't? How else are we supposed to? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that I'm just not sure he would even be the right witness though, because doesn't Berkowitz call Lank?
I don't know who he called, but I know he called Canton PD people, and then they came over, and then someone
right.
got a hold of him.
That's Lank, yeah. I think
Woman.
Berkowitz didn't testify last trial either. Lank testified to all the stuff with Berkowitz.
So rest in peace, Berkey. You were probably not a real one.
Probably not.
No.
Berkowitz, after you learned this information about him driving by, did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving?
I have a question.
Okay.
You're old. I don't know if he had cancer at that time. You could barely see. As someone who can barely see, I know you could barely see because I could tell how thick your glasses are compared to my thickness of my glasses, which is very thick.
I'm pretty sure he was sick at the time because I think he was on a leave of absence, and that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was sick at the time. I don't remember for sure, but I think so, yeah.
So my question is, at speed, so we'll say 25 miles per hour, that's normal for a neighborhood, I'm pretty sure.
Residential, yeah.
Yeah, so if you were driving at 25 miles per hour past this
It's raining really hard.
Yes, he did say that, which I didn't remember, but I will go with that. Raining really hard. We know that they don't take care of their windshield wipers. So probably not great windshield wipers at 25 miles per hour driving by, and you happen to see a piece of tail light, yet a week earlier, nobody saw John's body.
Only old guys that are sick and driving really fast in the rain get to see stuff.
Oh. Okay. I mean, that's like eagle eyes. I mean, that's even better than Julie Nagel being able to spot that black blob. I'm just saying, you see a tiny piece of clear or a tiny piece of red plastic from a taillight in somebody's yard, but you don't see a whole ass, grown ass man body laying in snow in dark clothes. And I still, I'm going to look for it because before the end of the week, we could play it. But I meant to look for those, for that clip of the person who did what I was always saying Matt McCabe did. And there's absolutely no way that he didn't see John. I have to find it because I think they sent it to me in my DM at some point.
It was on YouTube, no?
Oh, I don't know. I saw it on Twitter. I know I shared it on Twitter too, but I have to go find it. But if anybody in here knows what I'm talking about, it's nighttime. They pull their car into the driveway at 34 Fairview, and then they pull it out as if they are doing exactly what Matt McCabe did that night when they left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no idea where that is, but I know I played it.
Yeah. I remember you playing it too.
No idea.
So all that, nobody saw him, but here's Berkey driving by in the pouring down rain, 25 miles per hour, and he just happens to spot it in the yard, a piece of plastic.
By 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from at least parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry? I object.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew I needed more manpower. And the Canton police being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebook. Follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
See you tomorrow, Blueberry. You think he wears the same suit tomorrow? See you tomorrow, guy with From Up. I just tried to grab it, but it said I cannot share. Turtle Boy trying to recreate 1 year ago. No, it wasn't his, but I think I know what you're talking about. But it's somebody else. It's a rando person. It's at nighttime. It
was a lady.
Yeah. Woman says, I'm gonna roast him. Bev's like, it's time to go because it's 5 o'clock somewhere and I need to drink. Let's get this done.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Well, I'm excited for the morning. I wish we could start earlier. I mean, he's really taking his time.
If we can start, I just have to leave to go take 2 kids to school. So I can start it and you can, whatever time you want.
Well, what time do you take them to school? What time do you leave?
I will be up making lunches at 6:45, 7 o'clock. We leave here by 7:30. And then I'm back at 8:15-ish.
So you'll be unavailable from...
Yeah, I mean, but you can run the show. I mean, I just have to hit the start button. So I can log in and start it whenever the heck you want. And you share your screen and you take over. I just have to hit a start button. So I can do that from my phone.
And then you could listen with us till you come back.
I can. Yep.
I'm trying to find a piece of paper so I can...
I actually don't know what time court actually starts. Is it 9 o'clock?
Right. I think it is 9, but she's usually a little bit behind and I have to get Bubby on the bus at 8. Like we leave this house at 8. So I have to figure out all of our time. So your time, 7:30 to 8:30, you're not available. So it would have to be before 7:30.
No, I mean, I could, like I said, I just have to hit a start button from the car. As long as you're on.
You can do it on your phone?
Yeah, I can start and end from my phone.
Oh.
It's currently right now, Karen, it is 3:14 my time.
Yeah, you're 3 hours behind us. So
yeah, I mean, I could just hit a button. You just tell me the time. I'll log on and hit a button. So it's really about when you want to come on and share your screen.
Well, like I said, I'm up. By the time court starts, he's on the bus. And I'm back at the house. Sometimes, like this past week, I've went to go run errands just because I was trying to keep up, make up time,
Yeah. Yeah, but it's really up to whenever you're able to share your screen. So I can do whatever you want me to do. I mean, I could set an alarm for earlier and just hit the start button on my phone.
What does everybody want to do? Because here's the thing. If we start exactly at 9 o'clock, they're not starting at 9 o'clock.
No, and you're going to have a lot of filler time that we could talk about timeline stuff. We could talk about whatever the hell we wanted, but you wouldn't be able to fast forward anything. You'd be stuck on the 20, 30-minute breaks and all the sidebars and all that. So
what about, because right now, so we're 2 hours, we're about 2. I think we've been running fairly even throughout the entire time that we've been 2 hours behind them, which has made us being able to escape all of the skipping. So if we start at 10, I see people saying start at 10 our time, would be an hour after the start time. So we should still be like 30 minutes ahead, but that's dependent on, we don't know, you know, she might have extra breaks. She might whatever. We do pause a lot. I do pause a lot, especially when Teresa's not here, dude. I pause a lot.
The only reason you don't pause when I am here is because you don't have the pause button.
That's exactly right. I can't. And it's like either I talk over it or what the hell?
Yeah, like I said, you tell me the time. You want 7:15 my time, 10:15 your time, or 10 your time? I mean, I'm literally in the middle of scheduling tomorrow's live, so it's right here. I can put it whatever you want it at.
Do you guys want to do 10 or 10:15 tomorrow? We could try it, and then if we don't like it, then we can start 1 hour after. But tell us now, should we start at 10 or 10:15?
It's 11:15 in the UK. Jesus Christ, it's late.
Either one's fine with me. That still gives me like an hour and a half. Like an hour and a half if I have to go do something. Lacey says 10 East Coast, 10-ish.
I'm down for 10. That's fine with me. I'll set it for 7 my time then. Are you around at 10 your time to do it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then I'm good. Yeah. All right. So we have it for 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Mountain, 9 a.m. Central.
Oh my God.
You across the ponds, you're going to have to do that math yourselves. I apparently, I did a short on Nicole Kessinger, and I screwed up how many years it was. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I can't even fucking do basic math.
Did you really?
But
I didn't notice.
Yeah, I said 7.5 years. It's 6.5 years. So I had to put like a little thing underneath and go like, I'm such an idiot. I can't fucking do math, apparently.
I'm sure they were pissed.
You want it in UTC? It would be
5 a.m. here.
It would be
10 UTC. It's 5 hours.
Yeah, you'd be -5.
Well, but if you're in UTC, then you'd add 5. So what's add 5 from 10?
Universal, it's just the universal time code. So it's...
So that'd be 3 o'clock?
So it's
Yeah.
whatever UTC is minus however far away you are from it.
Sure. Okay. I feel like Trooper Paul. I'm sitting here like counting on my fingers and toes. I have no idea.
All right. Well, the live is already scheduled. So if anybody wants to go just hit the notification, you can do that. You can absolutely just go hit the notification so you'll be notified and everybody will be good to go. Sleuthie will stream it. I'll go drop off chitlins and it will be whatever it will be. And I'll just listen in the car like I do for pickup.
No, we're gonna do something crazy for Friday.
Yeah, I'll actually grab the link and I'll just put it in here too. So let me see. View on YouTube. It doesn't have a thumbnail yet. I gotta add that. Whatevs. At least it's there.
That'll give you something fun to listen to.
Yeah.
On the way there and back.
I lost this. I lost us. Oh, here we are. Okay.
Oh, and I think for sure that probably because he mentioned like one of the very last questions that Hank asked him was about aperture. And he just had him look at something and then he was like, okay, I'm done. So I would say aperture is next.
Oh, probably. And then somebody, was it Lana when she was in chat earlier, said that the court order thing just came out about having the courtroom cleared or whatever, or not having the no streaming for the kids.
Oh, so we're going to have to come up with, you know what we could do?
I followed it on Twitter last year. I just went straight through Twitter with it.
So we could do that. Also, if the Commonwealth isn't going to call Proctor, which it seems like they're not going to, perhaps we could review Proctor's testimony so that when the defense calls them, because there's no way they're not. Oh, was it by that John DePietro or whatever?
They called the cops on him again.
Lacey, they literally, every other courtroom I've ever seen, they just turn the cameras. They don't let you see the minor's face.
They hear it, nothing. But the people got to stay in there and they they tweeted what was happening, so that's how we knew from last time.
Yeah, but didn't you just say that the court order said they were going to
No,
clear the
no, I
courtroom?
messed it up. I said court order. I screwed it up. I said court order for the cameras to not be there or whatever, to not be on.
Oh, so people will still be in there? Because I thought.
Well, we'd have to find it and read it because I think it was Lana in chat that said it, so I haven't read it yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like one of the reporters did say like a while, like before, maybe even before trial started, that they're not going to be able to live tweet the kids' testimony either. So I'll have to go back and look because I feel like I read that somewhere. I do. I want to hear what they have to say too, Lacey, but they didn't knock on us this year. And I do want to say that I remember someone saying they won't be able to live tweet it. I'll ask.
All right.
No, we don't get audio.
Won't get audio. Won't get video or audio. 100% not getting either of those. We just have to find out if they're going to let the reporters stay in the courtroom.
Yeah.
To tweet about it.
Oh, M's put. Oh, but I can't touch that. I can't.
Hold on, I can. Give me a second. Let me get to it.
How do you click? Oh, do you go in like regular YouTube?
Yeah.
I told you he was going to call them last. I knew he was going to do that shit.
Yeah. So it seems like we're in the final stretch though of Commonwealth witnesses.
Yeah.
So you have the ME, the kids, and Welcher.
Aperture. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that he's about done.
I would say he even feels comfortable not doing the canine stuff. Or he'll use that for rebuttal if he needs to.
Well, he didn't bring the Sally Port in.
He didn't.
Nope, because I think it's too wishy-washy for him. He doesn't want it in.
There's no way that the defense is not going to show that to Buchanan and say, on this date, did you or did you not testify that that was you right there and that was you right there? And they'll have the transcripts this time. They didn't have them last year. So they'll have the actual transcripts of what he said this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jackson's not done with him by far.
Mm-mm.
Well, so I was thinking about this on the drive, and I put it in chat, but it was hard to because I was parking and driving and parking and driving. But I was thinking if Jackson can get Proctor completely discredited through Bukaki, then the defense isn't going to call him either. They're not gonna put him on to just go over the text messages.
Yeah, but the problem is that, and I agree with you, and I was thinking about this. Buchanan really isn't saying, like, you really don't get the full picture of just how bias driven he was if you don't see all the stuff he was saying, like that he hopes she kills herself and
the integrity part, maybe. I mean, maybe.
I mean, it's pretty powerful to be able to say that within hours he was telling people that she's fucked.
Yeah. So the order says the Commonwealth has moved to prohibit any filming, photographing, audio recording, or transmission of the testimony of the minor niece and nephew of the deceased, John O'Keefe, and any exhibits that may contain prior recorded statements they have made. The defendant does not object to the Commonwealth's motion. Therefore, the motion is allowed. In order to ensure the safety and well-being of all trial participants, particularly the minor witnesses, conformity with Supreme Judicial Court rule, and dignity of the proceedings, the court enters the following orders regarding media and journalist coverage of the testimony of the minor niece and nephew of the deceased, and any exhibits that may contain prior recorded statements the children have made. The media shall not film, photograph, transmit, or audio record the minor witnesses at any time. The media shall not film, photograph, transmit, or audio record any exhibits containing prior interviews of the minor children. If disclosed in court, the media shall not disclose the names of the children and their guardians, nor the schools the children attend or the town they live in. So they will be able to tweet about it. They just can't say their names, which they don't.
They've already said their names a billion times.
But the journalists don't. The journalists that were tweeting, they didn't say their names. They just said like the initials. And Kaylee's 17. I mean, it's just.
I know. They have called them by name.
Yeah, they shouldn't say their schools. That shouldn't even be. It's Kaylee and Patrick. We know their names, but.
And
I mean, that's fine. I think that's fine, but it looks like they'll be able to tweet what it is. They just can't transmit or audio record.
good.
So that's good. And then somebody, was it Karen? Karen, you asked if we're going to cover BK. 100% we're going to cover BK. And if you guys don't know, that tomorrow night is Dateline that is covering the Idaho case, and they have access to an interview apparently. Have you seen this, Sleuthie? They have access to an interview with an attendee of the pool party from July 9th who says that BK was there and Xana was there.
Really?
So if you guys are following the Idaho 4 case, you're going to want to watch Dateline tomorrow night.
Well, I wonder if it's the one that he was texting with that invited him to the pool party, or if it was somebody else.
Don't know. There's something about that she got weirded out by him, and then she stopped texting him back, or
a girl.
Yeah, something along those lines. That he got somebody's number, I think.
Interesting.
That's not what she says. That's what that's the 1.5 minute clip. I can find it. That's essentially what they clip for Dateline.
I'm gonna have to have. I think I can't remember. I think it might be Kim. I don't know who does it. If Kim does it to stream it for me, and
she doesn't say Xana was there.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, that would have been really interesting. I mean, it's still interesting.
I mean, isn't that the okay? All right, you're probably right, young black economist. I probably said Xana because that Xana is who we were always told was there. So you're probably right, and I probably misstated it, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, I haven't seen it at all.
Yeah, but I was going to say the clip talks about him being there, so I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, it's like a 1.5 minute clip on, like Dateline preview. It's
been long days, people.
I would stream the Dateline, but Dateline likes to copyright claim. So we did stream Adelphi. Was it a 48 hours or Dateline or whatever it was? And it was, yeah, and I had to end up taking it all out.
They will. In fact, I even think, I know at one point we had maybe it wasn't Dateline and it wasn't one of those other channels. We were trying to watch something in Discord, and it like wouldn't let her screen share. Like she would do the screen share and it would just be black for us. So they put weird stuff. But I think like Hulu, I think the very next day comes out on Hulu. I think. I don't know. Yeah, they're sneaky.
I am on mute, so I'm talking to myself. I said, for the ones that are asking about Richard Allen and the behavior panel, the behavior panel's analysis of Richard Allen's interview is not until next week on the 15th.
I don't even want to watch it. I probably won't.
Right. Yeah, like I said, young black economy, you're 100% right. And I inserted my own knowledge into it. So what's Hulu? It's a streaming service. Tomorrow's going to be good.
I'm super excited.
So yeah, there's something else that I wanted to talk about. Oh, with BK, have you guys probably all heard, if you do follow Idaho 4, you guys heard that the judge is allowing Brian Koberger's family to be in the courtroom. Even though the state did not want them in there, they're allowed to be in there during all testimony. I've been keeping up on all the Idaho like documents and stuff. It's just I don't have time to do another video. I don't have time to do another live. And actually have any type of calm in my home. And then tonight I've got football, and then tomorrow I've got football. Tomorrow's also gymnastics, and I'm on my own for both. And drop off and pick up of all children. Well, 2 of 3 because now one drives himself. So, do we have a decision on whether it will be streamed? Are we talking about the BK trial? I don't think they've ever changed whether it's going to be. It was always going to be have the court camera, but that was with Judge in Moscow. So I don't know.
It better be streamed.
Oh, it better be.
I have not been waiting for it to not be streamed. I can't do that again.
Are you at an Airbnb?
What is it?
We're gonna be in an Airbnb with all our kids.
Oh my God. No, I don't want to physically be there. I don't want to go to Idaho or
I don't either.
Indiana. You're fairly close though. Well, closer.
Well, here's the thing about the Idaho trial is if they do stream it, it's in my time zone. Well, wait, is
True.
Boise still in my time zone? Boise's still in my time zone. Moscow was for sure. I think Boise still is too.
Yeah, it is in your time zone because when they have like the hearings and because when they were going to go to trial before, we talked about that like streaming it if we're going to stream it, not with you because it would have been our time zone over here. And we were like, it's going to be, even if we're trying to watch it with you guys, like it's going to go late as shit.
Oh yeah.
Like if they go to 6 o'clock every day, that's 9 o'clock here.
Oh yeah.
So
am I going to make a thing for Idaho 4? I did. You know, I actually have one that I started for Karen Reed and I never went back and did anything with it. Because, I mean, let's be honest. At this point, I still never even finished Delphi.
We can do Idaho Bingo.
Idaho 4, I think, is easy.
We can definitely do Idaho Bingo. I have a new Idaho. I only shared it with Teresa. I need to put more in it, but I have a new Idaho 4 spreadsheet I probably need to put out soon. I want to get it out before trial.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, we wanted to do like a whole like straight through big timeline of everything lined out from every court document and all the things. So Sleuthie was putting a bunch of stuff together. I was trying to organize documents.
They come in these huge dumps. Like it's not like we get them when they're there, that we get them like when they pile them into that website, and it's annoying.
Yeah, because you don't know which ones go with what.
Yeah. I did start, well, you saw that. I tried the motions and responses. And I got a lot of them. It's just when I was going back for the old ones, it got really hard, especially when they like respond multiple times. What are awesome.
Sleuthie, I'm dying for your Idaho 4 spreadsheet. Well,
yeah, I said that like a month
ago.
It's happening.
It's been happening. It's just with Karen Reed's trial, I think everything else we've been doing has been put on the back burner.
Yeah.
Trying to cover this all day, you know?
Yeah, but I'm so glad we're not doing the streams at night, though.
God, I know. It's so much nicer. Timeline's fucked.
It really, yeah.
All right. Well, make sure you guys watch the Dateline tomorrow night if you can. If you can't, I think, I mean, you're going to probably have lives on it. If I can do a live to talk about like the key points, so we'll maybe shoot for this weekend. But I don't know if I can make that promise.
We get it.
So, all right, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to head to football. I got to go make sure he's got his uniform on.
Okay. We'll be back at 10 Eastern.
10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Make sure you guys set your notifications.
Lacey said, don't. You're stretched too thin.
I mean, I'm really not. It's just the mom stuff, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like being present as a mother sometimes takes precedence, I guess. I don't know what.
It does.
Like I birthed them and they just expect me to be around all the time. All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us all day. Even the ones of you guys who came in late and just wanted to hear just the end again. I appreciate each and every one of you. Sleuthie, I love you to pieces. I will see you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
This case is more interesting than KR, in my opinion. Thank you, T and Sleuthie. Well, I think that the BK case is overly more interesting than the KR case, except for the injustice of Karen Reed's case. So I'm kind of stuck. This is like I don't want to be here. This is a have to, not a want to.
Mm-hmm. I told you, I think that the Idaho one is going to be extremely interesting because I think there's going to be things that we've not known about at all.
90% of the motions that have gone on that we've learned anything from are not even items that are even going to be able to come up in court. So it's like there's got to be other shit.
Yeah, I think there will be. And I don't usually take that stance.
Yeah. All right. Love you guys. See you later. Have a good one.
Good morning. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.